Chapter 51, ch. 50, Rapunzel's Feelings. After their little interaction, Rapunzel just got there in time. "Tigress, you run too fast," Rapunzel said while wiping off the sweat on her forehead, pretending as if she didn't see them making out. Although she has feelings for Jin, however she can't break her friend, Tigress's heart. During the 5 days they've been together, Rapunzel has already seen Tigress as her own friend, almost like a sister. "Sorry for running off like that," Tigress apologized, however an unknown glint flashed past her eyes. Rapunzel might have forgotten that her sense of smell is superior, which is why she has already known that Rapunzel saw them. Though she was confused on why Rapunzel would hide her feelings on Jin. Isn't it only natural for Rapunzel to have feelings for her savior? Why hide it? Perhaps she's afraid that I would hate her. I guess I would have to talk to her, Tigress said while staring back at Jin's face. "Seriously, how dense can you be to not notice that there's a maiden in love right in front of you?" Tigress complained as Jin spoke next. "How about I join you guys on your little walk? I can see that you both are wandering around," Jin asked while staring at the paints on Rapunzel's arms, unaware of the stare that Tigress was giving him. "Sure," Rapunzel answered excitedly as she started dragging him around, showing him things that either he already saw in his world or just doesn't interest him. However, he still pretended as if he was interested as to not hurt Rapunzel's feelings. "Look at this, Jin. They call it a kite." Rapunzel excitedly introduced the kite to him as she showed him how to play the kite. Seeing Rapunzel running around the streets and almost bumping into one of the royal guards, made Jin's face twitch. Thankfully, the royal guards knew who bumped them, so instead of getting angry, they just helped Rapunzel and even apologized to her. Being a noble really has its perks. However, if you're not a kind noble, then don't expect your people to treat you better, Jin said to himself as he apologized to the royal guards in her stead before grabbing her hand in order for her to stay close to him and not bump into someone again. Rapunzel blushed as she could feel the warm feeling on her hand. However, Rapunzel was afraid of making Tigress angry, so she removed her hand from his. "Thanks, Jin, but I could handle myself," Rapunzel smiled and said to him before hastening her walking pace. Although confused, Jin thought that Rapunzel was simply growing up now, so he decided to let her be. Meanwhile, Tigress was shaking her head beside him and decided to give him a lecture later when it comes to a girl's feelings. As Tigress was targeting to lecture Jin later, the said suspect suddenly shuddered for an unknown reason. "If I were a character in an anime, then this shudder is probably due to a certain someone thinking something bad to me," Jin said as he eyed his surroundings in suspicion. A few hours later, they were finally back to the castle. Rapunzel quickly went back to her room in an excuse of wanting to try the paints as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Jin was suddenly dragged by Tigress back to their room. "Ah, looks like my little kitty wants it tonight." However, Jin misunderstands Tigress's gesture as he thinks that she wants the D. "No, you idiot. I'm not here for that, but we can do it later. I brought you here because I want to talk to you about Rapunzel." Tigress blushed slightly and explained, though not refusing what he said. "Rapunzel? What of her?" Jin raised his eyebrow and asked. Actually, he did find Rapunzel's previous actions a bit suspicious. However, he only viewed them as part of growing up. "I can't believe someone like you can be this dense." Tigress shook her head in disappointment before revealing to Jin about what he was missing. "Rapunzel is in love with you. We have to help her settle her feelings, she can't keep hiding it in her heart," Tigress said, shocking Jin. "Oh. I see." Jin raised his eyebrows, though he already expected this, but what he didn't expect was for Tigress to confront him about it. It's like she wants to tell him something about Rapunzel's feelings. "So? What am I supposed to do about it? You know I can't love her back, right?" Jin scratched his head as he spoke. "Hey? Why can't you love her back?" Tigress got confused and asked in return. Of course I can't, I already have you, right? Why should I love someone else? This time, it was Jin who got confused by Tigress's confusion. No, what I mean is that why can't you love her back? She's my friend and I can't afford to see her hurt. Tigress answered, making Jin further confused and also shocked. Do you perhaps not know anything about marriage? Jin asked, and seeing Tigress shaking her head made Jin sigh as he finally realized why she kept being confused and even told him to love Rapunzel back. You see, once you marry someone, you can't love anybody else with the same love that you give to the one you married. So I can't love her back because I'm married to you. After Jin's explanation, Tigress seemed to nod her head before speaking. Then, what if I agree? Jin's eyeballs almost popped out after hearing Tigress's words, though a tinge of happiness appeared inside him, but he quickly suppressed it. After all, he's a loyal husband. Tigress, I don't know, since I haven't seen one happen before. Perhaps it is possible, but I see Rapunzel as a friend for now, so it's pretty hard to see her the same way as she does to me. Jin shook his head before continuing. But, if you really don't want to see her hurt, then perhaps I can try to see her more than just a friend. Jin then held Tigress's hands and said, as if what he was doing was for the sake of Tigress not wanting to let her friend hurt. Yup. He's definitely doing this for Tigress. It's not like he wants a harem or anything. Then, go talk to her. Tigress said before opening the door and pushing him out of the room before she closed the door back. Sigh, troublesome. Jin sighed and scratched the back of his head before walking towards Rapunzel's room. The castle was huge, so it would take him a while before he could get to her room. In the meantime, Jin was thinking about what Tigress said, and he still can't believe she just allowed him to love somebody else aside from her. I mean, she grew up as a fighter and she barely knows how to love someone, so perhaps it is due to that she wasn't selfish for me. Sigh. I wonder how many men back in my world would kill me just to be in the same situation. Jin chuckled to himself, and before he knew it, he finally arrived at Rapunzel's room. Just as Jin was about to open the door, he suddenly heard a whimper inside. Sniff. From the sound of it, Rapunzel seems to be crying in a pillow inside. Is she crying because of me? I feel touched and disturbed. I can't believe I just made such a girl cry. Jin shook his head in disappointment, not to anyone but to himself. If my father heard what happened here, he would definitely give me a spanking. Jin said to himself as he remembered his father's words. Son, remember this. Learn to respect women, not just any woman but those who you think deserve it. So, avoid loving someone who only loves you for something you physically have. His father whispered to him as he was forced to sleep on the couch because of having a slight fight with his mother. Pushing his hand forward, Jin slowly twisted the doorknob before opening the door. As soon as the door was wide open, he saw Rapunzel lying face flat on her bed while tear stains were on the pillow. Geez, I'm feeling a bit bad now. Jin sighed and approached Rapunzel. Obviously, he wouldn't touch her as it might shock her greatly, so he just coughed slightly to get her attention. Ahem. Who is it? Quickly, Rapunzel turned around and pointed her frying pan towards where she heard his voice. Wait the fuck up. How did that frying pan get here and where the fuck did it come from? Jin's face twitched as he didn't expect the frying pan to be still in the hands of Rapunzel. Jin? What are you doing in my room? Seeing that it was Jin, Rapunzel panicked and immediately wiped off the tear on her face and fixed herself properly. Jin didn't mind this and patiently waited for her before she was ready. After she was done, only then did he answer. I was just here to talk to you about something. Jin said as he sat on the edge of the bed while Rapunzel just stayed sitting on the bed as she listened to his words. Tigress told me that you have feelings for me. As soon as Jin revealed these words, she quickly blushed and refuted his words. What? And no, I don't. How did Tigress know that? Rapunzel blushed historically. Seriously, are you really refuting or giving me the answer? Jin couldn't help but complain in his mind as Rapunzel's panicking caused her to actually confirm what he said without actually meaning to. Look, you don't have to deny it. Tigress knows it very well. Do you know what she told me about it? After giving out a question, Rapunzel raised her head and stared at his eyes, as if she truly wanted to know Tigress's reaction. Jin then proceeded to tell her about what Tigress told him and what she thinks about this. Rapunzel was speechless, though a bit overjoyed inside as she finally had a chance. Naturally, I don't want to have multiple girls at once, but for the sake of my little kitty, I am willing to put my dignity aside in order to make her happy, and you too. So, I'll be asking you this, Rapunzel. Jin then took a deep breath and said warmly. Would you be willing to be my lover despite being already married to someone? Jin finally asked for permission. Chapter 52, ch. 51, Corona Kingdom is under attack. Would you like Fiona to be included in the harem? I mean, she's an ogre and I kinda don't like her personality, so I think I wouldn't include her in the harem. I apologize for those who were expecting her to be included in the harem. _______________________ I do. Yes, I do. Rapunzel quickly answered as she jumped and hugged his neck. I can't believe that worked. Jin was speechless. He's actually expecting Rapunzel to be angry or even slap him, but she agreed so quickly, as if she didn't hear that he just said he's married to someone. Meanwhile, outside the room, Tigress was peeking at the door, and after watching their interaction, she smiled to herself in satisfaction. I'm both a good wife and a good friend, Tigress said to herself as she patted her back. After getting Rapunzel's answer, Jin went back to his room and saw Tigress sitting on the bed with something different in her eyes. What's up? Jin asked as he noticed this. Get on the bed, it's time for our workout, Tigress answered as she removed her night dress. I love this workout, Jin muttered as he also undressed himself. For the entire night, almost all animals in the kingdom heard a loud howl in the castle, making everyone in the kingdom wonder if the Corona Kingdom is under attack by a ferocious beast. Fortunately, only Jin knows whose howl it belongs to. The next morning, Jin woke up with a large smile to his face as he caressed the sweaty naked body next to him. Finally, I had sex with a human body. It's not like I didn't like Tigress's beast form, but having sex with a different kind is a bit weird to me, Jin said to himself as he stood up from the bed and cleaned his body. He already knew that whenever they both had sex, Tigress would be in a very deep sleep soon after. Jin doesn't know exactly the reason, but he could conclude that perhaps it is because she's not entirely a human, so there might be some kind of mechanism in her body to go into a deep sleep after having intercourse. Going outside, Jin walked towards Rapunzel's room and seeing that she was still asleep, Jin quietly left and decided to take fresh air outside. Ha! Inhaling and exhaling, Jin was tempted to worship nature as nothing beats the fresh air. Thank God he made nature, Jin said to himself. However, he didn't expect to receive a reply from God himself. No problem, Sam. Just as Jin was about to have a conversation with God since he was talking to him, he suddenly heard someone barging inside the castle. The kingdom is under attack. One of the royal guards entered and started shouting everywhere about the kingdom being attacked. King Frederick and Queen Ariana, who were having their morning breakfast, heard the royal guard and panicked. Captain! Ready all of our soldiers! Whatever happens, we must not let them enter the kingdom. King Frederick quickly gave orders to the captain of the royal guard, who gave him a salute before running outside. Perhaps, you both should stay inside. I'll handle this, Jin said as he approached them. Seeing him, they both sighed in relief. However, there is still a hint of doubt in their heart. After all, they haven't seen Jin's capabilities in their own eyes, they only heard about him from Rapunzel, and it's hard to trust something that you haven't seen with your own eyes. Which is something that Jin could understand after seeing the doubt in their eyes. Alright, time to make this world fear my name. Jin smirked to himself before stepping over the balcony and jumped. Siege that gate. I want our troops to enter in 5 minutes. Outside the kingdom, the Firefall Kingdom's captain with a fierce-looking face ordered as catapults behind him were preparing their assault. Thankfully, King Frederick has already ordered the citizens to evacuate from the city to a nearby shelter just in case the kingdom got attacked. This is a planned attack. No matter how fast their traveling method, there's no way they could have arrived this sooner, which only leaves one thing. They've already planned to attack the kingdom no matter what decision Frederick says. Jin stared at the large army outside the kingdom as Jin analyzed their plan. Thankfully, the entrance to the kingdom can only be accessed by crossing a long bridge, so the enemy would be having a hard time invading the Corona kingdom through the main gate. However, there are also some other entrances to enter the kingdom, which are not known to the public, but for another kingdom next to theirs, they've probably known about the secret entrances through some unknown methods, which is why since Jin took over the command, the first thing he did was to put most of their army to guard the secret entrances and prepare a trap, leaving the main gate to him and various archers. What to do next, sir? A knight stepped up beside him and respectfully asked. Nothing, you all stay guard in here and make sure none of them gets past me. Jin said, making the knight confused. I'm sorry, but past you? The knight asked for confirmation. You heard what I said. Jin said before jumping off the tall walls and landed outside of the kingdom, in front of the main gate that they've been trying to take down. Captain! There's a man outside the main gate. In the Firefall enemy camp, a buff armored man reported to the captain of the army. Kill him, and focus on sieging the gate. The captain answered without looking at him, as he was focused on staring at the map on the table, planning on his next attack. Captain? The man is running towards our encampment. What? Didn't I order to kill him already? The captain got a bit annoyed at the person who was reporting and couldn't help but angrily yell at his face. Captain, he's avoiding all of our arrows. The man in armor said in slight shock and fear as he watched how Jin was slowly closing in their encampment while dodging all of their arrows with ease. What are you talking about? The captain felt like he just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world ever. Please take a look for yourself, Captain. The man in armor stepped aside, letting the captain see through the open tent to the outside world. Stepping forward, the captain saw how tens of arrows were being dodged by Jin as he didn't stop running at them. Who is that guy? The captain asked as he squinted his eyes at Jin. According to our findings, it seems like the man that is rushing towards us is the person who is rumored to have rescued the lost princess. The man answered. Oh really? Then call our knights and tell them to intercept him and kill him. I could still believe that someone is capable of dodging arrows but surviving against tens of trained knights? I don't think so. The captain ordered and chuckled. The man that is reporting nodded his head with a bit of hesitation before running outside to spread the captain's orders. Meanwhile, outside the enemy's encampment, Jin was slowly marching towards them as he was dodging the arrows with ease. Just as he's about to completely cross the bridge and get close to their newly built wall made of woods, hundreds of knights in silver armor suddenly went outside the crudely made walls before they marched towards him, planning on intercepting him. Seeing this, Jin's blood boiled as he hastened his pace and soon, he arrived in front of the first enemy knight that rushed towards him. With a quick speed, the enemy knight didn't even manage to react when Jin's fist was already planted on his helmet. However, despite having a silver helmet, Jin's face cut through the helmet like a knife to a butter before his fist embedded on the enemy knight's face. Boom! As soon as Jin punched the enemy knight in its face, the unfortunate knight's ragdoll body was thrown back away, colliding across the enemy knights behind, slowing them down and causing a slight disturbance among their positions. Taking advantage of this situation, Jin quickly jumped forward and landed in the middle of their formation. Would you all like to dance with me? Landing on the ground, the enemy knights stopped in their tracks and stared at his landing posture. Dance! Just as one of the enemy knights reacted, his reaction was too slow as Jin's feet had already planted itself on his face. Boom! Eek! My eyes! With bleeding and broken nose, the enemy knight that was kicked by Jin fell on the ground, his silver helmet has caved in, turning the armor that was supposed to protect him into an item that caused him to be killed, as the caved-in silver was broken in front, causing some of its shrapnels to injure his eyes, and some of them even got inside his eye sockets. Taking the chance of their momentary shock at seeing their fellow comrade to quickly fall and scream in agony, Jin bent down and swept his legs over theirs, causing most of them to fall on the ground. Bam! As soon as he saw some of them being on the ground, Jin didn't hesitate before he quickly started stomping on their heads one by one. Although not enough to kill them, but with their injuries, it is impossible for them to be saved and could only cry in agony, as they would probably die a few minutes later from their injuries. Meanwhile, the rest of the enemy knights that weren't knocked down and those who are watching the fight were all in shock. Even the captain of the enemy kingdom, who used to be relaxed and confident in his knights, was now shocked to the core, to the point that his mouth is wide open. As soon as Jin quickly took down the rest of the enemy knights who tried to intercept him, Jin resumed his marching towards their encampment. Seeing his walking towards them, there is only one thing that is flashing in their minds. What kind of monster was unleashed upon them? Chapter 53, ch. 52, Fighting Hundreds. Arg! Help! It's a devil! Ah! It hurts! After Jin entered their settlement, hundreds of soldiers were being taken down by him one by one. Although Jin wasn't killing any of them, he's still giving them fatal injuries that would possibly kill them if they aren't recovered as soon as possible. This is impossible! The captain muttered as he watched how Jin nimbly moved around hundreds of knights and took them all down with ease. It's like they aren't facing a human at all. Jin was too fast for them to react, and whenever an arrow was shot towards him, he would simply grab the arrow as if it was nothing before stabbing one of their knights in the neck. Die! One of the knights screamed in anger as he brought down his sword towards Jin's back. As if Jin has an eye on his back, Jin quickly turns around before grabbing the knight's sword handle and redirects the tip of the blade towards his own chest. Stab! Arg! As soon as the knight got stabbed by his own sword, Jin then Spartan kicked him in the chest, colliding with a few knights from the back. Almost all the knights have already backed out now and tried to back away from Jin's vicinity out of their fear of him. Who would dare to fight someone capable of taking down hundreds of trained knights with ease? It's like he's playing a child's game. He's literally treating them as if they're children instead of mature and adult knights. What? Afraid? Noticing the fear look on their faces, Jin used his glove to wipe off the blood that has stained on his cheeks. In fact, he hasn't even brought out his blades of havoc, which are the blades that he got from Kai. Thankfully, he doesn't have to bring them with him at all times, as the blade itself was made of his chi, so he could simply retract it back to his own chi reserves. It's like having an emergency chi potion where whenever he would lose a lot of chi, he could just retract his blades back to get its chi back. Who are you? You are a monster, aren't you? You must have made a deal with the devil himself. The captain gulped his saliva in fear before asking and accusing as he tensed up, preparing himself to fight back just in case Jin targeted him next. Me? No, you're wrong. Jin chuckled at hearing the captain's words before a dangerous glint went past his eyes as he continued. I am the devil. What's the situation? King Frederick asked after climbing on top of the walls. Why, your highness? The knight captain gulped and saluted him as he then pointed out at the end of the bridge outside the walls. King Frederick got confused at first until he finally looked outside the walls. Holy Mother of God! King Frederick gasped in shock as he saw several bodies laying on the floor. He doesn't know if they're dead or alive. On one spot in the encampment, King Frederick saw Jin standing on top of several corpses, including their captain. He's been sitting there for several minutes now, your highness. The knight captain reported, making King Frederick gasp even more. Rapunzel wasn't lying. King Frederick muttered. If previously he's doubting Jin's capabilities, but now it's different. King Frederick was glad that he gambled and got Jin on his side. He doesn't know what will happen if he ever voiced out his doubt. Captain, take some of your troops and help our benefactor to gather the enemy's supplies. Also, what about our secret entrances? Did someone truly try to enter through one of our secret entrances? King Frederick ordered before asking after. Yes, Your Highness. Lord Jin was right, and the enemy has sent a bunch of mercenaries through the secret entrance. It turns out they sneaked in to kidnap the princess. However, they told us that it was the captain of the Firefall Kingdom that gave them the map to the secret entrance, so as of now, we have no idea how they knew about it. The captain seemed to hesitate for a moment before reporting as he soon rushed outside after to gather his troops. There's a traitor in our midst. King Frederick muttered as anger flashed within his eyes before he walked away, walking back to the castle so he could gather investigators and the experts to find out who the traitor is. There is no need for that, Frederick. Suddenly, King Frederick heard Jin's voice behind him, startling him out. Jin! You're here? That was fast. King Frederick yelped in surprise before sighing in relief and muttering. Just as King Frederick was about to ask about what Jin said, Jin suddenly threw a mail paper towards him. What's this? King Frederick wondered in confusion as he unfolded the paper mail, and what he read inside made him furious. I can't believe it was the captain himself. Wait, where is he? King Frederick got mad before realizing that he ordered the traitor captain to gather his troops. He must be planning on escaping, or worse, he might have invaded the castle. King Frederick panicked and quickly hopped on his royal horse before a flash of wind flew past him. He doesn't even know how or what flashed past him, it was too fast for him to react. In the castle, the knight captain was panicking. However, he tried to remain composure as he easily passed through some guard knights as he was the knight captain, which means he could get almost anywhere. As long as I have the princess under my hands, they wouldn't be able to do anything to me. The knight captain smiled in satisfaction as he felt like his goal was near him. He was actually offered by the Firefall Kingdom an offer of 1 million gold coins in exchange for the princess. Obviously, he was tempted and took the offer without hesitation. Now, in order to distract the knights, he deliberately ordered all of them to guard the main gate, letting the secret entrances open for the mercenaries to enter without a hitch. Unfortunately, someone ruined his plans. Without even saying anything, his authority was stolen from him by Jin. He was expecting Jin to die in the battlefield due to his arrogance and carelessness, but who would have thought that Jin was actually a monster in a human skin? After a few minutes of continuous running, the knight captain finally arrived in front of Rapunzel's room. She should be sleeping for now, considering that the entire castle is guarded by several royal knights. The knight captain thought to himself as he slowly opened the door and saw someone on the bed. However, he couldn't tell who it was due to the body being covered by the sheets. This is the princess's room, then only the princess is the person on the bed. The knight captain slowly tiptoed towards the bed, afraid of making a noise that would wake the princess up. Just as the knight captain approached the bed, a shadow slowly loomed behind him, without him noticing. The moment the knight captain removed the bed sheets, he was surprised to see nothing but a bunch of pillows with a paper on top of it with a badly drawn face of Rapunzel and a word of princess beside it, even having a small arrow pointing from the word to Rapunzel. What the? Just as the knight captain was confused, he suddenly felt a slight pain behind his head. Tong! Without any resistance, the night guard fell on the side towards the ground. The shadow then revealed itself as it turns out it was Rapunzel holding her mighty weapon, a frying pan. Huff! That was close. Thanks, Tigress. Rapunzel wiped off the sweat on her forehead as she gave a thumbs up to Tigress, who has been hiding on top of the ceiling, covered by the shadow on the large cabinet. Good job. I could smell his bad intentions right from the start. Tigress dropped down from the ceiling to the ground before she spoke. She then approached the fallen captain before pressing a few vital points on the captain's neck. That blow from your pan would temporarily make him unconscious for a few minutes. Now, he wouldn't wake up unless I pressed the same points. Tigress explained to Rapunzel after seeing her confused look. Oh! Rapunzel opened her mouth and nodded her head in understanding. Let's take him out. Just as Tigress was about to drag the captain outside the room, she suddenly sniffed in the air and noticed that something was rushing towards the glass window at very fast speeds. Sniff! Get down! Without hesitation, Tigress hugged Rapunzel and brought them both down on the ground, using the bed as a shield from whatever is rushing towards the window. Boom! Crash! Just as she expected, something or someone crashed towards the window, smashing all of the glass. He's already down. Jin noticed the captain's body laid unconscious on the ground as he then noticed Tigress and Rapunzel lying on the ground. You took her out, kitty? Jin asked as Tigress stood up and Jin helped Rapunzel up. Nope. It was I who did it. Rapunzel raised her hand in the air as the raised hand was holding her frying pan and excitedly said, not wanting her credit to be taken from her, especially since to her, it would make Jin proud of her. That's good. I'm proud of you. Obviously, Jin wasn't as dense as the previous him anymore, so he naturally knows that she wants to be complimented. However, what Rapunzel didn't expect was a soft pat on her head. She doesn't what it means, but to her, it felt really good. She wants more pats. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Gimme those precious stones or else this fanfic will turn into a neato rare. Mwahahaha. P.S. I'm just kidding, please don't give a bad review. I was just using a strategy. Yes, it's just a strategy. Chapter 54, ch 53, The Fall of the Firefall Kingdom. The bait actually worked. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Oh, Rapunzel. Thank goodness you're okay. King Frederick soon arrived after a few minutes, and after seeing Rapunzel was fine, King Frederick sighed in relief before hugging her. Rapunzel. Just in time, Queen Ariana also arrived and quickly pushed her husband away so she could hug Rapunzel. Okay. Although Frederick was speechless, he still stopped back as Queen Ariana was his wife after all. Mother. Rapunzel called out with emotion in her tone, unlike how she calls Gothel as mother. Rapunzel was worried about her parents actually, as she was woken up by Tigress, telling her to hide and take down the Captain Knight that has bad intentions for her. I didn't expect this. Looks like you have to make an inspection on your people, Frederick. As for me, I have some business to be. Jin said with a dangerous glint in his eyes before jumping out of the window and turned in a blur accompanied by a sonic boom. Boom. I'll search around the area, and if there are no more enemies, I'll catch up to him. Tigress said before also jumping out of the window and turned into her beast form as she dropped on all fours and started running. Outside the kingdom, Jin was flying in as he got the map of the Firefall Kingdom from the captain that he fought earlier. Following the path that is on the map, Jin assumed that he'd arrived at the Firefall Kingdom by around the time when the sun falls. Firefall Kingdom. Their king is a lunatic. He's thinking of taking Rapunzel as his slave. Obviously Rapunzel is now my woman and I can't let someone like him scot-free after thinking that he could make Rapunzel his slave. Jin's eyes grew cold as he crumpled the paper map in his hand. By tomorrow, he'd make sure that one less kingdom will be off the map. The Firefall Kingdom would become history. Just as Jin was halfway towards his destination, he suddenly heard a rustling sound underneath behind him, as he was flying in the air. Tigress. Obviously, at this point, he could only think of Tigress if someone were to follow him. After all, there's no way someone could catch up to him unless it's Tigress. And he's right. The moment Jin called out to her name, Tigress came out of the bushes in her beast form, so he flew down in the ground and asked. What are you doing out here? You shouldn't be following me out here. What if something goes wrong in the king? Don't worry, I did a whole search around the kingdom, I found none. Anyways, I decided to come with you, is there any problem? Tigress explained and then asked. Jin could tell from her eyes that she won't take a no as an answer, so he sighed and agreed. Sure, you can come. as there's no hurt in letting her come with him anyway, and besides, having her by his side would reassure him that nothing bad would happen to him if something ever goes out of his expectation. Anyways, he won't dare to say that he's the strongest in this world. However, he should be strong enough to be feared by the world if he wanted to. He's just being cautious that there's someone out there who might be stronger than him, or perhaps one of those heroes of justice are staying in this world. So, it's normal for him to be cautious in every word he goes to. Let's go then. Tigress smiled happily as she would finally experience some action. She's been too bored staying at the castle lately, and her blood has been boiling for battle. All right, follow me. This time, Jin decided to take the ground to save his chi reserves and also to make sure that Tigress would be able to follow him without any problem. Boom! Stomping hard on the ground, Jin's speed increased, however, not to the point of reaching the speeds of sound. After all, the last time he did that, he couldn't control his direction and his vision had blurred a lot. If he wanted to reach that kind of speed, then he'd either need a template that gives him great sight, or perhaps be similar to Flash or Quicksilver, where their surroundings have become extremely slow except for them. Unfortunately, Jin's was different from them. It's like he's driving in a speeding car, so he would have to rely on his own vision if he wants to maintain that kind of speed. You're on. Taking this as a challenge, Tigress dropped down on the ground in all fours before her muscles tensed up and boom! In the Firefall Kingdom, 2 knights were guarding the front gate. As it was already nighttime, it is impossible to see the world outside the walls as it is extremely dark, so they could only place a glowing lantern just on each pillar of the wall, as to have a little light in their surroundings. Don't you think Captain Freehard should be back with his troops now? I mean, the Corona Kingdom isn't even that big like ours, it is more like a town that is several times bigger than normal. One of the night guards initiated a conversation with his fellow night guard as his partner responded to him. Well, the king had just sent 1,000 veteran knights with Captain Freehard, so it might be a bit hard for Captain with such a small number. The other night guard said with a shrug of his shoulder. Or maybe your captain has died along with the other knights, right? A voice then added in. Nope, that's impossible. Wait, are you the one who said that? The night guard chuckled and refuted the words before realizing that he didn't see his partner open his mouth. I also heard it, I thought it was you. The other night guard got also confused and asked back. Soon, the night guards both looked at each other in shock and quickly turned around. However, it was already too late, as 2 pair of hands covered their mouths and pressed something in their neck, making them fall unconscious. See? It works. Jin chuckled as Tigress nodded her head beside him. Yeah, but it's a bit hard. No wonder only Mantis knows this kind of trick. Tigress responded as she has to use the tip of her claw just to press a vital point in the night guard's neck in order to make him sleep. Yup, this trick is actually kind of hard if you're going to use your own fingers. However, you could also use chi, but we could discuss that later. Let's take this night guards away from her lest the next shift might see them. Jin nodded his head at her and said. Tigress nodded and they both carried the 2 night guards and threw them outside the walls. Anyways, unless the next night guard purposely looks down on the outside of the wall, then it would be impossible to see the 2 night guards on the ground unless the sun comes back up again. After they swiftly got inside the Firefall Kingdom, it is time to take out the night guards and to find the king's castle. Obviously, they wanted to make their presence known as to announce to the world that they're affiliated with the Corona Kingdom, which would make those who are thinking of invading the kingdom think twice, and although this also comes with trouble as the Corona Kingdom would be under everyone's eyes, attracting both benefits but also troubles. But that doesn't matter, at least it is much better than being looked down upon by other kingdoms which would tempt them to take over the Corona Kingdom. Yes, what the night guards said earlier was right. Unlike the kingdoms that have been standing for several hundred years and some are even thousands of years, however, the Corona Kingdom has only been standing for 100 years, which makes it an infant, and it only has 2 generations of kings. The first king is Frederick's father and the next king is Frederick himself. Not to mention, its size is also not as big as the other kingdoms. It could be called more like a large town than a kingdom. But with Jin's presence in the kingdom, this discrimination would be removed and replaced by fear and reverence. Jin is only doing this for Rapunzel. Nothing more and nothing less. If it wasn't for Rapunzel, then he won't even bother with the Corona Kingdom. Anyways, as long as they take down the Firefall Kingdom all by themselves, then all those assumptions earlier would come true. The Corona Kingdom would be feared and placed as one of the strongest kingdoms in the world. After taking out the night guards, Jin climbed on top of the tallest structure he could find, which is a huge statue of their king. What's your plan? Shouldn't we invade the castle and take out their king? Tigress asked in confusion. Nope. I want to fight all their army, you wanted to, right? Jin said with a smirk. Yeah, I'd like that, but, the innocents. Tigress nodded her head and agreed, however she's still hesitant about something. You don't have to worry. We'll only target the knights and their king. And besides, there's a reason why we left the front gate open. Jin caressed Tigress's cheek and said. I see. Then, let's do this. Tigress nodded her head in understanding. Let's make our presence known first. Jin said before moving his arms around. It might look weird at first, however, all the available flames and torches and such around the kingdom started flying towards him, slowly forming a large ball of fire that looked like a mini sun. Look! What's that on top of the church? One of the citizens asked while pointing at the top of the church. Is the god that those church boys turn out to be true? You can control fire? Tigress asked in surprise. She has never seen him control fire except for red lightning. I'll explain it to you later. Jin smirked before he raised his hand with his index finger pointing upward. With this, the Firefall Kingdom will fall under his fire. Cruel Sunday. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Give me power stones or else Jin would kook himself. Mwahahaha. I'm joking. Chapter 55, ch 54, The Fall of the Firefall Kingdom, 2. Cruel Sun. With a smirk on his face, Jin then swung his arm towards the large castle. Your Highness. One of the knights quickly barged into a room where an old man was sleeping with several naked women. What is it? If what you will say is not worth my attention, I'll have you executed. The old man angrily shouted as the knight that barged in, gulped his saliva in fear. Sir, there's an intruder, and then he made a sun on top of the church. The knight reported. What? Are you drunk? Get out of my fucking RO. The king didn't even manage to finish his sentence when a red light flashed out of the window. Without managing to react, the whole place exploded. However, instead of spreading, the fire suddenly stood still in its place, without spreading a thing, luckily saving the probably not innocent women. Boom! My face! The king roared in pain and anger as he clenched his burned-up face, leaving only the upper part of his eye left unscathed. Who did this? I want him dead! He roared as he tried to stand up, ignoring the wails of the women beside him. However, the moment he stood up, the ceiling that had been burned for a short amount of time was enough for its wood to crack. Crack! Boom! Without even knowing what happened, the ceiling fell on the king, killing him on the spot. Outside the castle, on top of the church, Jin smiled after seeing that his cruel son had hit the castle as he expected. Goal! Jin chuckled and yelled. Looking down on the ground, Jin saw countless knights flooding in the church, probably trying to reach him and Tigress through the stairs. So, where do you want to fight? Outside the church, or do you want to fight them as we make our way down the stairs? Jin asked Tigress, who contemplated for a few seconds before choosing her answer. Let's go with the second option. Just in time that she said that, the floorboard was smashed open and the knights started emerging through the hole. Before they could flood the entire floor, Jin and Tigris started taking them down one by one. Jin started with Spartan kicking the first knight to approach him, throwing him off the railings. Argh! Tigris followed up with a swipe kick that pushed 3 knights back and collided with those in behind. Boom! Despite being experienced knights, they looked like they were played by Jin and Tigris as if they were children. They couldn't even get close to them before either Jin or Tigris would throw them off the railings or they would knock them down. As soon as the entire floor was cleared, Jin kindly gestured for Tigris to be the first one to get down through the hole that the knights had created. Ladies first. Jin smiled, making Tigris smirk as she knew that Jin was simply letting her take most of the fun away. As soon as she landed down on the floor, she was met with several swords coming towards him. Docking down on the ground, Tigris swept her feet around, causing them to stumble against each other and fall off balance. Jin soon followed next as he landed on top of a knight who was about to sneak attack on Tigris. Thud! Sorry buddy. Jin patted the poor knight's helmet before standing up and kicking one of the nearby knights on his chest, throwing him off the windows, smashing the glass. Crash! Fwoosh! Ah! What's the situation up there? A knight general asked while staring at the old burning church. Everything should be under our contract. Before the knight beside him could finish his sentence, they heard a crashing of windows sound followed by a scream before a body greeted them from the sky. Ah! Splat! Were you saying something? The knight general asked as he looked at the knight beside him. Nothing, general. The knight decided to keep his mouth shut after seeing this. Useless. The knight general muttered under his breath after seeing the fallen body and more that followed. It took them several minutes before they could descend back to the ground where they were met with several more knights that awaited them. Boom! Stomping hard on the ground, Jin then rushed forward while the knights were still disoriented and lost balance. Bam! X10. Delivering a flurry of kicks, tens of knights were being thrown back, their helmets were caved in from his kick. Monster! One of the knights yelled in fear as he dropped his sword and tried to run away. Where do you think you're going? Jin tilted his head on the side as he grabbed one of the unconscious bodies beside him before lifting him over his head. Say hello to my little friend. Jin grinned as he threw the body towards the running knight. Thud! Seeing that the running knight has been taken down thanks to the body that he threw, Jin was about to continue his siege towards the knights while Tigris was busy covering his back when suddenly, they heard a commanding tone yell. Stop this madness! After his shout, everyone immediately stopped including Jin and Tigris who decided to see who this person is. You are? Jin asked as he tilted his head. I am the Knight General and I command you to stop and surrender. Or else we would be forced to siege you with catapults. The Knight General threatened as he raised his hand, signaling the catapults to roll forward and show their imposing presence. There are almost 100 catapults surrounding them, most of the catapults were on top of the walls. What about your knights here? Are you going to kill them? For the sake of the greater good, then sacrifices are necessary. The Knight General looked at the knights who were looking at him in fear before he closed his eyes and answered. G General. After hearing his answer, almost all the remaining knights lost their morale after hearing that they would be sacrificed. They didn't want this. Everyone has families and it is the reason why they serve the kingdom as knights, to have a source of income and to protect their family if necessary. Drop your weapons and pledge your allegiance to me. Perhaps I could help you get through this. Taking this chance to recruit more troops for the Corona Kingdom, Jin offered them a get-out card from the hellhole they're going to experience. While some of them hesitated, the others quickly dropped their sword, shocking the general. You? What are you all doing? This is treason. I'll have you executed along with your family. The Knight General yelled in anger as the knights that surrendered closed their eyes and hoped that they won't regret this decision. Anyways, even if they didn't surrender, they would die anyway if the Knight General proceeded with his plan. Seeing this, Tigris was confused while Jin smirked in accomplishment. Sure, they might not be loyal at first and would probably betray him if time comes, but his Iroh template kicked in and gave him a method to ensure your people's loyalty towards you. Iroh might be seen as an old uncle in the series, but he's actually the most feared and formidable general in the Fire Nation, and if it wasn't for his son's death, he would probably be the next Fire Lord instead of Oze. Looks like you already know my answer, don't you? Jin asked with a smirk. You. Fire. With anger on his face, the general immediately gave his command. However, before the catapults could launch their boulders, a sea of flame suddenly consumed 5 catapults behind Jin, giving a large exit to escape. All of you, escape through there. Jin quickly gave his command and pointed at the opening that he made. Anyways, he controlled his fire enough so there aren't any flames scattered around, giving them a free path to run with. With a signal, the surrendered knights all bowed one by one to Jin before running towards the opening. Even those who hesitated earlier decided to take this chance to escape the hell hole. Anyways, they would first grab their families and escape the kingdom. In their eyes, the Firefall Kingdom is no more. They don't know the reason why Jin was attacking the kingdom, but they could guess that their king must have made a decision that leads to this situation. They already know their king and how horrible he is, so they've been expecting that the kingdom will fall under his rule, they just didn't expect it to be this early. Tigress, go with them and help them go to the Corona Kingdom. I'll handle this alone. Jin then turned to Tigress and said. She hesitated at first before nodding her head and gave him a deep kiss, but before she left she muttered a few quick words to him. Be careful. I know. Jin smiled and said before turning his attention back to the Knight General, who is now staring at him in anger. He is the right hand of the king, and as the king doesn't have any heirs yet and seeing that he's probably dead from that ball of fire, the Knight General took this chance to increase his reputation by killing the person who caused the chaos in order to ensure that he'd be taking the throne after this. However, he didn't expect Jin to be so stubborn, and lastly, a monster. Don't stop. Ignore those rebels, we'll handle them later. Kill that man first. The Knight General yelled on the top of his lungs as he pointed at Jin. His saliva flying everywhere in front of him, making some of the knights in front of him shuffle uncomfortably. Seeing that the catapults were once again being reloaded, Jin got an Iroh's self-made fire-bending style. It's time to see how strong Iroh truly is. Dash underscore 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 underscore. I know this arc must be a bit boring, but I want Jin to be involved in the world itself instead of just being part of the movie plots and such. Chapter 56, ch. 55, The Fall of the Firefall Kingdom Final. As soon as the catapults were reloaded, they were about to cut off the ropes when another sea of flames flooded the north side of them, burning and destroying at least 20 catapults in the process. Don't mind the casualties, quickly unleash that boulder. The Knight General was truly angry now after losing 25 catapults in just a few minutes. A single catapult costs so much to the Knight Army's budget, and as the general, he obviously would be the one taking in the pain. Following his orders, the remaining catapults quickly cut off the ropes, launching tens of boulders towards Jin. I can't burn them off to ashes yet, so I could only dodge for now. Jin muttered to himself after seeing the sky being rained with nothing but large boulders. Swoosh! Boom! Quickly running to his side, Jin avoided one of the boulders before jumping and stepping on one of the boulders mid-air and jumped, landing on another boulder. Jin kept on repeating this process before he finally managed to reach the sky. Looking at the small catapults in his vision, Jin inhaled deeply before unleashing one of Iroh's moves that made him famous. The Breath of Fire. Fuwaa! Quickly, his breath of flames swarmed the ground, burning everything in its path, overheating the metallic swords on the ground, melting them. The flames were like the waves of a sea, continuously flooding the entire area. Run! The knights that were managing the catapults quickly tried to run away from the area. Even the Knight General wasn't excluded, as he was also running away, pushing the knights in his way just to save his own skin. Flicking his hand, the sea of flames quickly stopped in its tracks and changed direction towards the Knight General. Looking back and seeing the enormous flame that stood 50 feet in front of him, the Knight General could feel the heat burning his skin inside his metallic armor, cooking his body to a high degree. Before the sea of flames consumed him, he uttered one last complaint. "Why me? Fwussy." Without further ado, the 50 feet sea of flames swarmed him, burning him into crisp, slowly turning his body into ashes and melting the metals to the point of making them almost a lava. After reaching a considerable distance, the rest of the knights stopped and took a deep breath, inhaling and exhaling consecutively as they watched their Knight General being consumed by the sea of flames. While some sighed in relief, the others looked around in fear. They were thinking that Jin was perhaps still around, waiting for them to lower their guard so he could kill them. Fortunately, a few minutes had passed, there was no sign of Jin, indicating that he has already left, but he left with a kingdom in ruins behind his back. For sure that after this, the Firefall Kingdom is no more. The king is dead, the general is dead, and almost half of the soldiers have defected, while the rest would either escape from the sinking ship and jump to the other. One thing for sure, Jin's name would surely resound across the entire world. Meanwhile, Jin was already outside the front gate where he met his new followers along with their families. Tigress was also among them, comforting some children in her human form. Jin also noticed that the citizens of Firefall Kingdom were packing their things and running away from the kingdom. They must have hated the king so much for them to have no loyalty towards their kingdom. Jin muttered to himself as he stared at them. "Everyone, it's time to depart. Hold on tight to your wives and children, this'll be a long journey," Jin announced, and after that, they started their journey back to the Corona Kingdom. Because of the ex-knights and their families, Jin and Tigress obviously can't run up ahead of them and go back to the Corona Kingdom as fast as they can, as they'll be the one leading them and they can't be left behind. Who knows what will happen to them? The journey was very long. Without any ride or some sort of transportation, they were forced to walk on foot and take at least 2 weeks before they finally arrived at the Corona Kingdom's territory. During their journey, they encountered some more runaway citizens who had decided to join them in the Corona Kingdom. During the trip, Jin heard some of their stories and he was right. Their king is indeed a notorious dictator, as he casually takes women left and right from his kingdom to not only warm his bed but also serve him as his slave. Their daughters and wives fell victim to his atrocity and they can't retaliate, as the king's right-hand man is the general and his personality is the same as the king. He also takes up random women in the streets to warm his bed. And because Jin was the one who freed them from the kingdom and killed the people that had been terrorizing them, they were thankful to Jin and Tigress to the point that the ex-knights had swore their loyalty to Jin by doing the knight's oath. Obviously, Jin was surprised, but who is he to deny an army? Only an idiot would. By now my dukedom should be finished. It doesn't have any walls yet and only has my dragon's nest's temple in it, but with my knights, I could build walls and houses for their families. In the meantime, their families could stay over at the Corona Kingdom while my dukedom is still in its infancy stage. Jin muttered to himself as he noticed that his sleeve was pulled by Tigress. "What is it?" Jin looked at her and asked. "Are you sure you can trust them?" Tigress whispered as she looked back to make sure that no one heard what she would say. "Of course, I don't. But I have ways to make them trust me instead of me trusting them," Jin replied and smiled in confidence. "How?" Tigress asked back. "Tell me, my dear kitty. What are the things that kings do to make their subjects loyal to them?" First, Jin asked Tigress back. "Make their subjects loyal to them." Tigress contemplated for a few seconds before she finally got her answer. "Fear. They use fear by showing them what will happen if they betray them, right?" After getting Tigress's answer, Jin smiled and nodded his head. "How about the other?" Jin then asked, making Tigress contemplate again before shaking her head. "I can't think of anything else." "What is it?" "Be kind to them. Show them that you're better than their previous king, then they won't even think of betraying you." However, this isn't plausible enough, sometimes people will stomp on you by taking advantage of your kindness, so this isn't my solution. Jin answered before shaking his head as he continued. Then what's your solution? After hearing Tigress's question, Jin stopped in his tracks before turning around to face Tigress. Use them both, Jin said before smiling and continued. Be kind to them but also make them fear your strength. Show them that betraying me will bear them no fruits and at the same time, give them no reason to betray you. That's the perfect way to make your subjects loyal to you. Jin smirked and said. He was tempted to scrub his beard right now but unfortunately he doesn't have one. His Iroh template is really rubbing him off and in a good way of course. Perhaps he should grow a beard like Iroh. He'd think about it after some time. Then, you will show them what will happen if they betray you? Will you kill them? Tigress asked once again. Kill them? Oh dear, no. Jin answered before stopping, wanting it to be as suspenseful as possible. I want them to imagine. I want them to imagine what would happen to them if they ever betray. Will I kill them? Would I subject them to torture? Will I kill their loved ones? Or will I be compassionate and forgive them? In this world, imagination is a human's most powerful ability, but at the same time, it is so powerful that it could dictate their choices and lead them to horrible paths. Jin continued, unconsciously dropping a wise quote. A/N, I didn't use ChatGPT on this one, I swear. Tigress stopped in her tracks, as she watched Jin's back. Master Oogway's figure is overlapping on him. He's becoming as wise as Master Oogway. Is this what will happen to those who achieved great strength? Tigress said to herself as she clenched her fists and continued in her mind. Then that only means I am not strong enough. I could only consider myself as strong if I became as wise as him and Master Oogway. Determination flashes in her eyes as her blood is now boiling for a fight that will make her surpass her limits and become stronger than ever. However, where would she find that kind of enemy? Sure, she could ask Jin to spar, but he's not the type to fight her with the intent to kill, something that makes Tigress annoyed at him. She wanted a fight that would push her into a life and death situation. She believes that only through such experience can she overcome her limits. God! If you're listening, I hope you can give me a strong foe. Tigress prayed inside her heart. Fortunately for her, God heard her prayers. You should have used think before you speak. Now, don't regret what you wished for. In the white space, God chuckled to himself as he heard Tigress's prayers, and as her father-in-law, it would be cruel of him if he didn't fulfill what she wished for. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Give me power stones or else Lord Farquaad will steal his women and make them his. Mwahahaha. Just give me power stones please. Chapter 57, ch 56, An Invitation to Princess Anna's Birthday. A few days later, Jin's fame has spread throughout the world, just as he expected. People now call him the Flame Predator Jin, due to the rumors of him being capable of wielding the arcane arts of fire magic. However, most people don't believe in magic except for a few who have either witnessed it themselves or they had it. Is this true? A brown-haired girl wearing a dress was resting on the sofa when she read the news from a newspaper that she found on the table. Maybe not, Anna. After all, I'm sure powers don't exist in this world. Anna's mother hesitated a bit before refuting what she said. She can't let Anna know about elemental abilities lest she might discover her sister's ice powers. Is it true? Suddenly, they heard someone else's voice just outside the door. Elsa. Anna turned to look at the entrance to the living room and saw her sister, Elsa, in her full glory. Wearing her nightgown, but what's unusual was she was wearing gloves that extends past her wrist. On her hand, she was holding the same newspaper. Is there really someone out there, like me? Elsa's face was filled with hope and excitement, ever since she accidentally hurt her sister, Anna. She has been isolating herself, thinking that no one would understand her feelings except for herself. But perhaps if she met someone like her, she would find herself familiar with Jin, due to both of them having elemental powers. However, because of her excitement, she forgot that Anna wasn't supposed to know about her powers. Ahem. Tomorrow is Anna's birthday, we have already prepared everything, how about we invite him to her birthday, I'm sure Anna wants to meet a new face. Hearing what Elsa said, her father quickly changed the subject before Anna could ask why Elsa asked if someone out there is like her. After all, the trolls have removed the memories of Elsa's powers from Anna's mind, so she doesn't know that her sister has powers. Really? Thanks, Dad. I wonder if he's handsome, though. Anna hugged her father and wondered while placing her finger underneath her chin. Ever since she was a kid, everything suddenly changed. The castle has closed its gates from outside people, allowing no contact to the people outside except for her father and mother who often goes outside. Anna, manners. You're going to turn 15 tomorrow and it's not right for you to look for a lover. Maybe Elsa should, after all she's already 18. Iduna then cast a teasing gaze towards Elsa who looked away and blushed. It's normal for princesses such as her to find their betrothed the moment they entered 18, and she's no exception to that. I haven't found someone I adore yet, mother. Perhaps it is due to my circumstances. Elsa answered while looking away before leaving under the worried gazes of her parents and sister. Elsa. Anna muttered in worry. However, it was too late as Elsa was now back in her room. A place where she can be alone, without hurting anyone, especially her family. Anna has always been curious what caused her sister to avoid contact with their parents, especially to her. They used to be best buddies back then, playing outside with each other and etc. Leave her be for now, Anna. I'm sure by tomorrow, she'll definitely go out again to meet our tomorrow's guest Jin. Queen Iduna patted Anna's shoulder before holding her hand and guiding her back to her room. Meanwhile, her father, Agnar, went to his study to write a personal invitation letter to Jin. After a few minutes, Agnar quickly walked outside his castle to meet his messenger. Here, give this to the king of Corona Kingdom, I want it to be given before the sun rises. Agnar ordered his messenger who hesitated a bit. But your highness, the sun has already slept. It is already nighttime and the beasts are roaming outside the kingdom, it is too dangerous. The messenger explained his reason. What he said is actually true, it's not like he was lazy and doesn't want to do his work, but every night, the beasts are roaming more wildly like the werewolves and such. For a simple messenger like him, he can't fight any of those. Then take 2 of my personal guards. They'll join you throughout the trip. Here, give this token to them and they'll know what to do. Agnar contemplated for a few moments before handing a gold token with his face embedded into it before explaining. I understand. After hearing Agnar, only then did the messenger agree. The king's guards are no joke. They are trained to be the strongest knights in the kingdom. Even a knight general should give them respect for their strength itself, not their status as the king's guard. All right, then it's settled. Go quickly. After the messenger left in a hurry, Agnar sighed in relief. Hopefully, the messenger would be able to do his job and send the letter to Corona Kingdom in time. The travel from Corona Kingdom to Arendelle is very far. It would take at least 4 hours if you use the fastest horse in the world, something that the king's messenger such as the messenger that he sent has. After a while, Agnar walked back to his castle, to get his beauty sleep. As a king, he should be the host of tomorrow's small party, which just consists of the king, queen, Princess Anna and the staffs, since the castle is technically on lockdown, not allowing any outsider to get inside as to make sure that words of Elsa's ice powers won't get out. Meanwhile, back in the Corona Kingdom, words of Jin's deeds have spread and they had regarded him as the kingdom's strongest knight, even though he didn't use any sort of knight techniques, he didn't even wield a sword at that time. So, he's a bit confused why he's called the strongest knight, but this thing is miscellaneous, so he just puts it in the back of his mind. Not only that, Tigris was also heard of by the world, however most people didn't believe the stories of how Tigress is literally a tigress in a human skin. So, the people around the world isn't sure yet if there is really a human out there that could transform into a tigress. While the knights were sent to his land on their way, their families along with Jin and Tigress were safely back to the Corona Kingdom. After explaining the situation to King Frederick, he agreed to take their family in for the meantime. In fact, King Frederick wanted them to be his permanent residents, but Jin disagreed as the ex-knights would definitely not like that decision, so they would be brought to his dukedom after things settled there. Outside the balcony of their room, Jin stepped out with a purple night robe on. Tigress's naked body were sprawled all over the bed with their clothes lying on the ground. I still can't believe I used to be a normal human. But now, I'm different, I could now destroy kingdoms without an army. Jin said to himself as he leaned over the railing and gazed at the night sky, specifically the moon. Thank you, God. Of course, Jin wouldn't forget to thank the person who gave him this opportunity. You're welcome. Hearing God answered, Jin smiled but also couldn't help but ask as he was confused about one thing. Now that I think about it. Do you always watch over me every second? If you're thinking that I'm watching you even when you're doing your thing with Tigress, then no. I respect my son's privacy. Son, hey? I hope you're not offended, but don't think of you as my father but my benefactor. Jin said, as God answered. No worries. I'm the father of all, everyone and everything is my children. Hat. Jin chuckled before looking down at the ground. He could see the wide kingdom of Corona. Although he and Tigress missed Rapunzel's birthday a few days ago, so decided to give her a gift. His gift? A kiss on her lips. I can't say she liked it, but her blush afterwards says otherwise. Jin chuckled to himself. Though he's a bit weirded out because he literally kissed her in front of Tigress and her parents. And their reaction? Nothing. They're actually happy for her. Is this world the weird one, or am I? Because I'm used to human laws. Jin said to himself when he noticed that someone was trying to enter the main gates. After talking to the guards a few minutes later, the three individuals were finally allowed inside with one of the guards guiding them. Jin could see that the other two are knights, but the last one looks more like a noble or something, wearing a fancy robe. They're heading to the castle. Perhaps another kingdom has sent a message. Jin wondered to himself. His curiosity soon got the best of him and he quickly walked downstairs carefully, making sure that Tigress won't wake up. Downstairs, in the guest room, Jin saw that King Frederick had already met the three guests, and by the looks of it, they were handing out a letter to King Frederick, who soon read it. Jin saw this as his time to make his entrance. Creak. So much for being the king's castle when they can't even fix the squeak of a damn door. Jin rolled his eyes mentally as he opened the door. Ah, you must be Jin. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the messenger of the Arendelle Kingdom. In fact, I was sent here to invite you to our Princess Anna's birthday. After seeing him, the messenger quickly stood up and bowed his head to him and introduced himself. Princess Anna. Jin then started to contemplate as the name was familiar to him, especially in this kind of world. Does she perhaps have a sister named Elsa? Elsa? Yes. She is Anna's older sister, Princess Elsa. She's the next line on the throne. The messenger quickly nodded his head like a pecking chicken. I hope you will consider the king's invitation, in fact he would be so happy to meet you right now. The messenger was sweating heavily as he immediately took out a handkerchief and wiped off his sweat. Princess Anna. Jin contemplated for a while. Since the king himself was the one who wrote the letter, then they're still alive and the plot of Frozen hasn't started yet. I wonder what Elsa would think of me if she knows that I have powers like her but a different element. Jin said to himself before finally making a decision. Sure thing. When should I leave? After hearing his answer, the messenger jumped in excitement before calming himself down. Dash underscore 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 underscore. I'm not gonna threaten you guys anymore. You can keep your stones for the day. Chapter 58, ch. 57, the travel to Arendelle isn't as smooth as expected. This could be good news or bad news to you all. Princess Fiona would be included in the harem, I mean she's not totally an ogre, right? It's just a curse, and the reason why it became permanent was because it was Shrek who kissed her. One more thing, unlike Tigress and the others, Princess Fiona would be more like an extra heroine. She won't get much screen time like the others and probably wouldn't get that much development. You can say she's just there to add some spice in his nightly adventures. If you're worried about Shrek, don't worry, he already got his swamp. ___________. What should I say if we met? Should I say hi first? Inside a room that might be mistaken for a large refrigerator due to the ice and frosty atmosphere, a beautiful white-haired woman was pacing back and forth as she placed her finger under her chin. How do I greet him then? What if he's an old man? I don't even know what he looks like. Scratching her head in slight annoyance. Okay. Closing her eyes and inhaling deeply, Elsa opened her eyes again and stared straight forward in a serious manner. Hello, my name is Elsa, I'm the Princess of Arendelle, it's nice to meet you. Elsa hesitated between sentences for a bit, as if what she would say next is not suited enough. It's too formal. Elsa shook her head and repeated, this time she had a slight smile on her face. Hi, I'm Elsa. Princess of Arendelle, what's your name? After maintaining a smile for a few more seconds, Elsa finally dropped her act and exhaled deeply. It should be good enough. Elsa smiled in relief as she nodded her head. She then went to sit on a stool and faced the frozen mirror. Although it was frozen, she could still see her reflection. Elsa stared at herself in the mirror for a few moments before she tried to find anything unusual so she could remove it from her face. You can do this, Elsa. The last time you talked to a stranger was 10 years ago. Be mature. Elsa inhaled and exhaled nervously as she stared at her gloved hand. Conceal it. Don't feel it. She muttered the quote that her father always tells her if she accidentally used power on things. If he really has powers like me. Is he? Is he also having trouble controlling it like me? Elsa spoke to herself in wonder. If there's a chance that he could control his powers. Hopefully, he will teach me. Elsa said for the last time before grabbing her hairbrush and started brushing her hair. This was the first time she started fixing herself. Normally, she would spend the rest of her day locked up in her, barely having any contact with her sister, almost to none. Because of that, she was left to reflect on herself, which in turn made her mature earlier. But now, it's different. There's finally a chance of having someone to teach her how to control her powers. While Elsa was in her room fixing herself, Jin had already left the castle with Tigress and Rapunzel, who insisted on joining. King Frederick and Queen Ariana also wanted to come, but no one would be in charge of the kingdom, so they decided to let the three of them go alone. They trust Jin and Tigress enough to protect their daughter from any harm, which is true in a sense. Both of you, hold on tight to me. After speaking out, Tigress placed her hand on his shoulder while Rapunzel didn't hesitate to jump on his back. Piggyback. Rapunzel said happily as Jin chuckled slightly. He then turned his attention to Tigress and told her. I suggest something more secure than that. Flying alone is fine to me, but this is the first time I would fly while carrying two people. After hearing Jin's words, Tigress nodded her head and quickly hugged on his chest while placing her legs just behind her legs. Her arms were buried between his back and Rapunzel's stomach. Having two beautiful women riding me on the back and front is such a bliss. Jin internally sighed in pleasure. Let's get going now. Jin said after feeling that they're already in their comfortable positions. Wait, can I go to the bathroom first? Why? Just as Rapunzel suddenly got nervous for some unknown reason, she tried to escape and make some excuses so she could have space to breathe, however it was already too late as Jin had already bent his knees and jumped as high as possible. Boom! With a sonic boom, Jin then appeared in the air, their clothes fluttering in the wind. Wait! Oh my god! Rapunzel started panicking and almost slipped off of Jin's back if it wasn't for him reacting in time and grabbing her waist. Stop moving! You're going to slip again! Jin reprimanded her as she kept on kicking her legs in the air in panic and nervousness. Huff! I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. It's just that I'm... After taking deep breaths, Rapunzel finally calmed down a little and explained her reason. Afraid of heights. Rapunzel looked away and said, making Jin and Tigris stare at her in a deadpan expression before Jin's face twitched and he couldn't help but yell at her. Why didn't you tell me that sooner? I'm sorry, okay. I was just too excited. Rapunzel pouted, making Jin want to rub his temples, but his hands are occupied so he could only sigh. You used to live on top of a tower, right? How the heck are you still afraid of heights then? This flying thing and growing on top of a tower are different. Rapunzel answered. Well, we still have a few more minutes before we leave, how about I help you remove that fear? After hearing Jin's offer, Rapunzel got a bad premonition but still asked as she was curious. Unfortunately for her, this would be her greatest mistake. Just like what they used to say, curiosity kills the cat. And this time, Rapunzel is the cat. Simple, really. You just need to trust me. Jin grinned, which just made Rapunzel's premonition slowly become intense. What do you mean by th? Rapunzel didn't even manage to finish her sentence when she suddenly disappeared from Jin's arms. Fwussy. If you look down, you would see Rapunzel free falling in the air as she kept screaming out of fear in the top of her lungs. Jin, I'll kill you. Despite the fear, she still managed to express her anger on the perpetrator, which is Jin. Just trust me. Jin yelled back, but all he received was another threat from her. Sigh, this isn't going to end well, isn't it? Tigris, who was hugging him in front, has been watching and listening to their interactions and she can't help but shake her head and express her opinion. Don't worry. I can handle this. Jin confidently smirked and answered as he saw that Rapunzel's momentum is slowly increasing, as her body is also close on coming contact on the ground. Time for Superman to save the day. Jin muttered as he quickly used his chi to fly towards Rapunzel's figure and predicted where she would fall. Fwussy. Asaha. Arriving at exactly where Rapunzel would fall, Jin watched as Rapunzel fell on his arms. Ooh. Gotcha. Jin cheekily smiled as he could see the fright expression on Rapunzel's face that is slowly being replaced by anger. I almost died. Well, luckily I caught you, didn't I? Jin said with a grin, making Rapunzel's face mouth twitch as she was fuming in anger. How about you catch this then? Deciding to get her revenge, Rapunzel suddenly took out her mighty frying pan out of nowhere before smashing it against Jin's face, though she was expecting him to dodge, but surprisingly, she successfully slammed the bottom of the frying on Jin's face, making a dent in the shape of Jin's face out of it. Hey? That actually wore a. Just as Rapunzel was about to smile in victory, Jin suddenly threw her far up in the air, bringing her once again in a free fall. Meanwhile, Jin took the frying pan out of his face and saw the dent on it with the shape of his face. Jin threw it away before muttering. Stupid frying pans. I know you still loved her despite being smashed with her frying pans, after all, you still love me despite biting your neck during our mating. Tigris caressed Jin's hair as she spoke. Well, I guess you're right. I do have a thing for weird women. Jin can't help but agree. Just like that, Jin kept on throwing Rapunzel while they resumed their journey until her fear of heights disappeared completely. However, it was replaced with anger on Jin, who just kissed her, which quickly made the anger go away. If only it was this easy to get forgiveness back in his world, then the world would be peaceful. Soon, Jin finally saw the Arendelle kingdom in its full glory. It is residing on a large island that is surrounded by seas. There's also a bridge connecting from it to another island, but it is on the other end of the island, so most people that visit the kingdom have to visit through the docks. It's so beautiful. Rapunzel's eyes gleamed in excitement. She wonders what the princesses in the kingdom would look like. Would they also have long magical hair like her? Or maybe they also have a story that is equally as painful as hers. She also wonders about their culture. Do they also worship the sun like her kingdom? There are so many new things to try and discover in this new kingdom, and she can't wait to try them. As the sun was already setting, King Agnar and Queen Iduna just woke up and went to do their morning routine. When they arrived at the dining table, they were surprised to see that a handsome black-haired man eating on the table with his bare hands, while two women by his side were also eating, but not as barbaric as Jin. Who are they? Instead of being cautious, King Agnar was confused on who they are. After all, his guards won't simply allow a stranger to enter his humble abode. We don't know them, Your Highness. We only let them in because he gave us this. However, they suddenly started eating the breakfast that we prepared for you and Queen Iduna. The female staff on the side stuttered and explained before giving him the invitation that he wrote last night to invite Jin to Anna's birthday. Are you Jin? After seeing the invitation letter, King Agnar suddenly had a look of realization before turning his attention to Jin and asking him. In the flesh. So, where's the birthday girl? Dash underscore 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 underscore. Let's make a deal. Make me reach at least top 10 before the end of the week and you'll get an extra chapter on Monday, next week. Sounds good, right? Chapter 59, ch 58, Arendelle's Two Princesses. So, where's the birthday girl? Just in time as Jin mentioned Anna, the birthday girl herself just walked inside the dining hall with a sleepy expression. Her hair was tangled and a frizzy mess, combined with mouth having hair in it. This kind of appearance is contrary to a supposed beautiful and well-mannered princess of a kingdom. Anna! Fix yourself! King Agnar quickly woke her up and scolded her as her appearance is quite embarrassing for the guest. Wah! Just as Anna woke up and yawned, she was about to ask when her eyes suddenly caught three new individuals on the table, looking at her with a funny but amused expression. Anna quickly wiped off the saliva off of her face before running away from the scene. Her face was beet red from embarrassment. Princess Anna! Your dress is here. The servant that is assigned to her showed Anna her dress as the servant chased after her. Sigh, I'm so sorry about her. Anyways, I hope you like the food that our staff made. It's fine. The food is good by the way, and sorry for intruding all of the sudden. I just smelled the tea from here and my body just moved on its own. Jin said before he finished his plate and burped before grabbing the teacup and drank it slowly. It's jasmine tea, isn't it? Jin asked, while Agnar nodded his head. Yes, it is my wife's favorite tea to drink every morning. Right, hun? Agnar laughed and swiftly started a nice conversation with a hitch. As a king, Agnar obviously has immense skills in communication. Thanks to those skills, Arendelle Kingdom has managed to establish several relations and connections towards different kingdoms, making Arendelle one of the best and richest kingdom in the continent. Even though they just sell ice. He's right. I hope you find yourself at home here. You don't have to worry abo. Just as Iduna was continuing the conversation, Jin went straight to the point and cut her off. You're here to find out about my powers, right? Jin said, as his eyes locked on them. Gulp. They both looked at each other's eyes before gulping in nervousness. Well, that was one of our reasons, but the main reason is because we truly wanted to invite you to Anna's birthday. Although shocked, Agnar managed to maintain his facade and smoothly made the subject go on his side. I see. Then it's only right for me to attend it. By the way, these two women by my side are Tigress and Rapunzel. They're my women by the way. Jin introduced them before shrugging his shoulders when he mentioned the last sentence. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thanks for the food you gave us. While Tigress just nodded and expressed her gratitude, Rapunzel was more positive and friendly. Is that the birthday girl, Anna? She's such a cute girl. She'll surely grow up to be a beautiful princess. Rapunzel said with a smile. Thank you, Princess Rapunzel. I'm sure Anna would also feel the same about you. King Agnar replied with a calm smile. Why thank you? Rapunzel smiled warmly, and just in time, Anna arrived back with a slide on the floor entrance. Hi. My name is Anna of Arendelle. It is nice to finally meet you. Anna then quickly approached Rapunzel, as her instincts were telling her to go to this girl, as she could sense the same vibe that she has on her. Oh my gosh! I'm Rapunzel of Corona Kingdom. I'm so happy to meet you. And also, happy birthday! Oh, thank you. Come with me, I'll show you my room. I used to play with my sister, Elsa, but she unknowingly started shutting me out and I don't know why. Anyways, let's go. Seeing that Anna has already dragged Rapunzel away, Jin and the rest of the room were left speechless. There's only one thing that is on their minds right now. They surely get along just fine. After preparing another wave of breakfast, King Agnar and Queen Iduna finally had their share of breakfast in the morning. Please, let us talk in the garden while the staff will prepare the small banquet in the hall. The first thing King Agnar did after he finished breakfast was to immediately fetch Jin and offer a conversation in the garden. No problem. Tigress, wanna come? Jin nodded his head and said before turning his head back towards Tigress and asking her. No. I want to walk around. Tigress shook her head and denied. Suddenly, Queen Iduna butted in, taking this as a chance to have an alone conversation with Tigress. Please allow me to guide you. There are many wonderful things in the castle, I'm sure you'll like them all. Seeing Iduna's eager expression, Tigress can't reject her, so she decided to agree. Anyways, it doesn't hurt to have the queen herself as a tour guide. While Iduna was busy with Tigress, Jin and Agnar finally arrived in the garden. As they walked side by side, Agnar was the only one speaking while Jin listened. I apologize in advance, but there would be not as many visitors as you will expect later. The castle has long been in a lockdown, with only a few staff living alongside us. Agnar apologized and did a slight bow before resuming his pace. It's fine. I hope it's not offending to ask, but may I ask why the castle went on lockdown? Although Jin already knows why they went on lockdown and closed their gates, it would be suspicious of him if he didn't ask, and surprisingly knows it all of the sudden. As if expecting Jin's question, Agnar swiftly answered as if it was rehearsed by him several times. We have quite a special circumstance, and also the real main reason why we invited you here. Agnar then stopped in front of a large tree before continuing. Before I speak the reason behind our closed gates, can I see if the rumors about you are true? Agnar then seriously stared at Jin. He has been itching to know about Jin's rumored fire abilities, and now is the best time to ask for it. No problem. Jin replied before raising his palm, and under Agnar's serious and watchful eyes, a small ball of flame slowly condensed in the top of his palm, highlighting and casting shadow over their faces. Fascinating. You can control it. Agnar's face shows that he was mesmerized by the beautiful flame that is dancing on Jin's palm. Of course. It's quite easy if you know what you are doing. Jin answered. Mind you, he's answering based on Iroha's experience, not himself. After all, he didn't have to go into a phase called control in the power and abilities department. With his template, he won't have to worry about such things. After a few seconds of staring at the flame, Agnar finally snapped out and registered Jin's words in his mind. I guess it is my turn to fulfill the end of my deal. Agnar closed his eyes to calm himself down and to put himself in the zone to explain. The explanation would be long, so he has to take a deep breath and make sure he won't accidentally say anything wrong and avoid making errors. This is a serious matter and he must take this with precaution and be serious about it. You see, we have quite a special daughter. She was born with the ability to control ice. As she grows up, her powers become uncontrollable until... Agnar then continued speaking Elsa's life experience and what has been happening to their family ever since they found out Elsa's magical powers. And because of that, Elsa has been shutting out everyone, including her own sister. Afraid that she would inflict accidental harm on everyone in front of her. Agnar looked away after finishing his story. Deep down, he knows that it is his fault why Elsa has become that way. She became socially inept and afraid to go out of her room and interact with others. You know. For being such a king of a great kingdom, you became a bad father in exchange. There are several ways to solve her problem. After hearing the story and several parts that weren't mentioned in the movie, Jin finally knows how much Elsa has suffered. So he didn't hesitate to launch several insults towards Agnar without bothering to use sweet words. Fortunately, he took it like a man and didn't deny what he said. If I were in your place, I would follow the troll grandpa's advice. Instead of locking her up, you should have found ways to control her powers, and not only that, you should be the one to help her control her powers, not letting her bury it until she does. Keeping something that you can't control yet would come with bad consequences. It's just like a cup being filled with water. If you put a lid into it, it would be calm for a few minutes because the water is still rising, but as time goes on, the water will reach its limits and you know what will happen next. After seeing Agnar shake his head, Jin continued. It will explode. You should have taught her how to control it, not to conceal it. Jin shook his head in disappointment before his head snapped towards one of the stone pillars in the castle. You can come out now. After closing his eyes, Jin spoke in the air, making Agnar confused for a few seconds before he finally noticed someone revealing herself from hiding behind the stone pillar. Elsa. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 60, ch 59, Accidental Reveal. I really apologize for Jin's sudden shift of personality. It must be the tons of school works getting in me, and not to mention, I would sometimes write a chapter at night, so I'm always sleepy whenever I write a chapter. Another reason could be because I read an edgy Lord MC fanfic before writing that chapter, which probably affected my writing. I should probably avoid reading those kinds of fics again. As an apology, here's a bonus chapter. You don't have to give me power stones for this, I must repent for my mistake. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Elsa. Agnar was shocked to see Elsa coming out of the blind spot. Hi, Papa. I'm sorry. Elsa called out meekly and apologized, as she was embarrassed to get caught peeking and eavesdropping on them. It's fine, Elsa. Come here, it's time you meet someone. Agnar shook his head and called out to her to get closer to them. Elsa did as told and watched as she approached them and stood beside Agnar. This is my daughter, Elsa. Agnar introduced Elsa first before introducing Jin to Elsa. Elsa, this is Jin. Our special guest for today. Ahem, hi, I'm Elsa of Arendelle. It's a pleasure to meet you. Elsa cleared her throat first before introducing herself, just as she kept rehearsing last night. The pleasure is all mine. If you wouldn't mind, could you show me? Jin nodded his head before replying, though he stopped in the end as he doesn't want to offend Elsa in some way by mentioning her ice powers. Elsa didn't answer him immediately and just looked at her father, Agnar, who saw her gaze and nodded his head softly. Okay. Breathing in and out, Elsa calmed herself first before extending her hand and opening her palm. Jin paid close attention to her hand, and there it is. He watched as Elsa created a small horse out of nothing but ice and snow. Fascinating. You could make solid structures unlike me. Jin was mesmerized and commented. Can you show me yours? It didn't take long before Elsa soon got comfortable with Jin, as if they were made for each other. I'll be in the library. Agnar coughed and decided to give them privacy and left quietly as Jin and Elsa got submerged in having conversation with each other. Sure thing. Jin didn't mind Agnar's sudden leave and so is Elsa. In fact, Elsa was relieved that Agnar left them to their own devices. After all, it's embarrassing for children to have their parents by their side whenever they're with their friends. It was Jin's turn to extend his hand forward and show his palm to Elsa. And under Elsa's excited gaze, a beautiful orange flame slowly condenses Jin's palm, before taking the shape of Elsa in her white dress. The Elsa in his palm is actually Elsa in the future when the Frozen 1 movie takes place. It's me. Elsa felt touched when she saw this. She felt like she was back in the past when she used to play with her sister, Anna. While Elsa and Jin were playing and showing off each other's powers, Anna and Rapunzel walked in the garden just in time. And this is our garden. I used to play here with my sister. Anna was dragging Rapunzel around as she kept blabbering about the places in the castle and how she used to be so close with her sister, Elsa. Is that your sister, Elsa? Rapunzel noticed Jin and Elsa alone in the garden, but instead of getting jealous, she was just curious since she could see that Elsa was casting ice magic around her. Hey! Anna was confused and quickly turned around just to see Elsa having a laugh with Jin. Her smile seemed so genuine. However, she was shocked to see that Elsa seemed to be casting ice magic, something that she doesn't know. Elsa! Anna called out, wanting to confirm if what she's seeing is true. Hearing Anna's voice, Elsa quickly turned to face the source and there, she saw Anna staring at her in shock. Oh no! Elsa muttered as she realized that she was too careless and accidentally showed her magic when she was not supposed to. Anna, I can explain. Elsa quickly stepped forward and tried to ease Anna, just in case she might get angry at him. Do you have magical powers? Anna asked slowly, and seeing Elsa nod her head, instead of getting angry at her, Anna smiled and delighted and excitedly ran forward and hugged her sister. I can't believe you didn't tell me this. Is this the reason why you've been shutting me out? Anna expressed her excitement and concern as she spoke in disbelief. No, Anna. Elsa was panicking inside as she doesn't know if she should tell Anna that the trolls replaced her happy memories of her using magical powers to a non-magical powers memories. It's okay now, Elsa. Whatever you're holding in there, it's time to let it out. Thankfully, Jin was there to pat her shoulders and comfort her. Elsa? Anna? What's going on here? Suddenly, Iduna arrived and heard what Jin said, so she asked in confusion. Tigress also arrived with her and didn't bother them as she just approached Jin and stood by his side. Mama! Elsa nervously said, afraid that her mother would be mad at her for accidentally revealing the truth to Anna. Mama, you didn't tell me that Elsa has magical powers. However, Anna was different as she didn't hesitate to reveal that Elsa showed her magical powers, making Iduna gasp in shock. This is not good. Iduna muttered in worry as Anna tilted her head in confusion. Why? Is there a problem with Elsa telling me the truth? Anna was a bit angry as she was thinking that their parents are probably the reason why Elsa isn't telling her the truth about her magical powers. No, Anna. We hid the truth from you to protect you. Iduna stepped forward and touched Anna's shoulders as she spoke with worry. Protect me? From what? Anna got more confused until Iduna finally revealed the truth. You already knew about Elsa's powers since you were born. It's just that an accident happened and Elsa accidentally struck you with her icy powers. Which is the reason for your white hair. We have to remove your memory in order for the ice magic to not spread up to the heart and body. Hearing Iduna, Anna stepped back in shock and disbelief. Despite being her parents, it still pains her that her memory is manipulated. Nobody likes their memory controlled and manipulated. You removed my memories? How did you guys even do that kind of thing? Anna asked with the same confusion as earlier. It's the trolls, they dot. Trolls are real. Wait, the enchanted forest is real, so it's no surprise that they're also real, so if trolls are real then dra. Anna kept on blabbering, and from the looks of it, she won't be stopping any time now, so Iduna quickly interrupted her lest she won't stop anymore. Anna. Iduna strictly said, making Anna shut her mouth immediately. It was an old troll named Pabby who came to help you by replacing your memories of Elsa's powers. In order for the icy magic to not spread any more than your head. I don't know if he could bring it back, though. Iduna said, and just as Anna was about to reply, they suddenly heard Agnar's voice. What's happening here? Agnar looked at both Elsa and Anna as he asked. He could see some guilty expressions on Elsa's face while Anna's were excited. Papa, I kinda accidentally revealed my powers to Anna. Elsa looked down in guilt as she answered truthfully. Sigh, I expected this to happen earlier, I didn't expect it to be this fast. You don't have to worry, Elsa. I'm not angry. Agnar smiled warmly at her and said. However, Elsa was still looking down as if Agnar was lying and is truly angry. Your father is telling the truth, Elsa. I could feel it. Jin patted Elsa's shoulder and said, gaining a thankful nod from both Agnar and Iduna. Mr. Jin. The actual reason why I invited you here was to see if you could help our family with Elsa's circumstances. And it is the best decision in my life. However, now that Anna has seen Elsa's powers, there's a chance that the ice that was placed in her head might resume its journey on her body. We need to get it out of her body as soon as possible. Agnar said and was about to leave when Jin stopped him. Hold on for a second. Perhaps I could help. Just as Agnar and Iduna turned their attention to him in excitement, Jin poured slight cold water over their heads. Not the help that you're expecting, because it is impossible for me to remove the ice on Anna. Seeing their expressions that changed from excitement to disappointment, Jin didn't like it, so he continued. But Elsa can. Jin said while turning his attention to Elsa, who was shocked that she could remove the ice on Anna. It's impossible. I can't do it. I can't control my powers. Elsa panicked and backed away, as everything that she did for the past years of her life flashed over her eyes. Highlighting the one where she accidentally struck Anna when they were playing. Yes, you can, Elsa. I'm here to help you. Jin assured her as he placed his hand over hers. No, don't. I'll freeze you. Just as Elsa warned him off, Jin's hand slowly froze as it continued to build up. Just when Elsa was about to forcefully remove his hand from hers, everyone stared in shock as the ice that was encasing Jin's hand slowly melted as steam came out of it. How? Elsa raised her head to meet Jin's eye level and asked in surprise. I could control fire, remember? So you don't have to be afraid of losing control. I'll be here to melt your icy heart. Jin said with a wry face. Making Elsa confused. Sorry, what? Elsa blinked and asked in confusion. Though she's registering what he said before. I mean, I'll be here to melt your icy mess, so I would kinda be like your cleaner or something. Not totally a cleaner, but more like Jin panicked as he unconsciously released his flirty side. Slap. Sigh. Meanwhile, Tigress and Rapunzel just slapped their foreheads and sighed. They weren't expecting that pickup line of Jin. Sure enough, Elsa blushed slightly when she finally realized the meaning of what Jin said. Chapter 61, ch 60, Do you want to build a snowman? So, Elsa. Perhaps we should start with building a snowman first. Jin smiled and said, making Elsa and Anna gasp in shock as they remembered when Anna would always pester Elsa to build a snowman with her every year. Elsa, I know it's too late to say this now, but... Anna gulped and stepped forward as she placed her hand on her other arm and shyly said. Do you want to build a snowman? Anna hesitantly said as she peeked at Elsa's face, afraid that she would be rejected again and shut out by her. Elsa noticed the look on Anna's face. She can't imagine the pain that Anna must have gone through all this time when she would shut her off, but now, it's different. She won't have to hide it from her sister anymore, and as long as she could control her powers sooner, then the lockdown on the castle might soon be lifted. Anna. Elsa teared up slightly as she quickly hugged Anna for the first time in years. Anna also reciprocated the hug as they both missed the warmth of each other. I'm so sorry, Anna. I didn't want to shut you out. Elsa apologized as Anna also teared up and closed her eyes. It's okay, I'm just happy that we're going back to the way we used to be. Anna replied as Elsa removed the hug and wiped off the tears on her face. My answer is yes, Anna. I want to build a snowman with you again. Hearing Elsa's answer, Anna's face beamed up in happiness as they both hugged each other again. I should have realized that it was this painful for them. I am such a bad father. Agnar could see the pain in Elsa and Anna's eyes, making him guilty about his decisions. Perhaps there was a better way than to keep them away from each other. No, who dot? Just as Iduna was about to comfort him, Jin spoke up behind him. You're right, you are indeed a bad father. Jin said, making Agnar and Iduna look at him, though confused, but they were shocked to hear that from Jin himself. But a parent's job was never easy. Especially under your circumstances, not everyone has a magical daughter. Jin then approached Agnar and patted his shoulder. But it is not too late to learn from your mistakes and correct the past. Go and hug them, both of you. In this moment of time, their parents' warmth is what they need the most. Jin gestured towards Elsa and Anna, who were hugging each other with his head. Thank you. Iduna touched Jin's shoulder and expressed her extreme gratitude. No problem, Mrs. This kind of thing is actually my expertise. Jin replied. Agnar nodded his head at him, determined to correct his past mistakes and make sure it won't happen again. He then approached Anna and Elsa, who noticed his arrival and turned their attention to him. Anna, Elsa, I am so sorry. I should have thought for a better way than to keep you both away from each other. I was too naive and stupid for making such a decision. I hope you can forgive me. Agnar apologized sincerely. It's okay, Papa. I understand. Anna was the first one to forgive him and hugged him. Thank you, Anna. Agnar felt grateful and hugged Anna back as he closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again to look at Elsa. Elsa. Agnar woke her up from her stupor, as he wanted to know Elsa's answer. However, seeing the hesitation in Elsa's face, Agnar knew that Elsa must have been holding some kind of resentment against him. After all, unlike Anna, Elsa isn't allowed to interact with anyone else except for her parents, and for years, she only stayed in her room, alone. It's already a miracle that she could stay sane despite all that suffering. So it's normal for her to have resentment against him. I also forgive you, Papa. Elsa looked away and said in a slight whisper tone, enough for everyone to hear what she said. Thank you, Elsa. Agnar knew that Elsa didn't totally forgive him, maybe not now, but he will make sure in the future. He would do his best for Elsa to forgive him. I hope you two also forgive me. Not wanting to be left out, Iduna quickly approached the two sisters and engulfed them in a hug. We were actually planning to start our journey to Adohallan this week in order to seek for the answer on your powers, Elsa. But perhaps, with Jin here, we won't have to go now. Iduna informed them and said, making Elsa and Anna gasp in shock. Adohallan is real? I thought it was just a myth. Anna was flabbergasted and said in disbelief. Well, would you believe such a thing as a myth when your sister herself is already considered a myth? Iduna patted Anna's head and said. Oh, right. Hee, sorry. Anna scratched the back of her head in embarrassment. Perhaps we could go and consult Grandpa Pabby. Maybe he knows something to slow the effect a bit so Elsa would have some time to control her powers. Agnar said, as Jin replied. Perhaps we can do it tomorrow. After all, it is our little princess's birthday today, right? Jin cast a side-eyed glance towards Agnar. If Agnar truly wants to reconnect with his children, then he has already failed at the first step. Imagine it is your lastborn's birthday, but instead, you cared more about the firstborn. Tisk tisk, Agnar really needs to learn how to be a better father. Jin shook his head in disappointment, making Rapunzel and Tigress stare at him in confusion. Oh right. I kinda forgot it's my birthday. Papa, can you prepare mine's and Elsa's favorite? Please. Anna cupped her hands together and looked directly at the eyes of Agnar before unleashing her secret skill, adorable eyes. A skill that she practiced sometimes in the mirror. And it is very effective. Sure thing, dear. I'll tell the chefs to prepare some chocolates, but don't forget to brush your teeth after, okay? Agnar chuckled slightly and agreed before casting a warning to her. Okay. Anna smiled and replied. Well, I prepared many gifts for you, Anna, but my last gift would be something you would really like. Iduna approached Anna and hugged her before revealing slightly. Something I would like? Is it a new brand of chocolate? No, silly. But it's a surprise, so you would have to stay awake throughout the day if you want the surprise. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Anna smirked, confident ally as Elsa and Iduna chuckled to themselves. Perhaps only they know how much energy Anna used to spend during her birthdays, and sometimes, she would just pass out from exhausting herself. Let's go back inside. It's time to prepare for Anna's birthday. Iduna urged them to go inside before going in first herself. Elsa and Anna stood side by side before following her inside. I'm just curious, aren't you guys jealous about me and Elsa? Jin wondered out loud when he noticed how calm and relaxed Tigress and Rapunzel are. What do you mean jealous? Isn't that bad in a relationship? Rapunzel asked in confusion. Well, I read somewhere that fighting in a relationship is normal, and in fact, it is also considered healthy. Jin said, further confusion Rapunzel, while Tigress perked up her ear to listen. And where did you read that, mister? Rapunzel thought Jin was receiving wrong information, so she cutely threatened him with her frying pan that she got out of nowhere once again, and this time, the frying pan looked as if it was sharpened on the corners. Tick-tock. Jin replied before walking off, as Rapunzel asked another question. What's tick-tock? A very dangerous place. Once you went in, you wouldn't be able to get out anymore. Jin stopped in his tracks and stared in the sky as Vietnam flashbacks flashed in his eyes. So many comrades have fallen under the might of tick-tock. It doesn't sound dangerous though, tick-tock sounds like something that came out of the clock. Rapunzel shrugged her shoulders and said, not believing what Jin just said. That is the point. Tick-tock resembles a non-stop ticking time, just like what will happen to you once you have entered that place. You wouldn't be able to get out until the time itself would stop ticking. Jin dramatically said as he clenched his chest. Let's talk about this another time. Before they could ask more questions, Jin spoke first, as he doesn't want to reveal more of tick-tock lest he accidentally reveals his past life. Am I the only one, or he keeps getting weird by the second? Rapunzel muttered to Tigress, who nodded her head and replied. I also noticed it, and I don't think it is something bad. That kind of personality kind of reminds me of someone I know. Tigress then continued after seeing the expectant look on Rapunzel's face. He reminds me of Master Oogway. Carefree and sometimes mutters some random words that only belong to their own knowledge. I believe it is a feeling of being lonely as the strongest. Jin must have felt that he is the strongest, and for me, having no thrill or challenge is kind of boring, so you tend to develop weird habits as time goes on. Tigress squinted her eyes as she just awakened her inner detective blood as she analyzed Jin's unusual behavior. Then how do we solve it? Should we confront him about it? Rapunzel hunched her back slowly as she pretended to be sneaking around the perimeter while she whispered to Tigress. No, we don't confront him about it. We will solve it ourselves. Tigress replied with a determined look on her face. How will we do that, then? We must become strong. So far, we haven't seen anyone in the world that is as strong as me or Jin, so we can't rely on the world to give him a strong opponent. We will. We Wait, I didn't agree with this. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Men. We are near our goal. You must give me your power stone/strength in order to vanquish my evil side that is threatening to turn this masterpiece into an NTR. Chapter 62, ch 61, Rapunzel's Powers. For Anna, this birthday is the best birthday ever. Not only did she meet new people and make new friends, but her sister finally opened up to her and she discovered the reason why she has been shutting her out for the past few years. Sure, her brain has ice on it and it would cause her to die if it isn't solved much earlier, but with Jin assuring her, Anna doesn't care about it anymore and just wanted to enjoy this day as it is the best day of her life. Right now, Anna is making a snowman with her sister. Something they used to do in the past. Look. How about you make Mama and Papa and put them next to Olaf here? Anna said while pointing at the snowman they created and also named as Olaf. Hee, sure thing, Anna. Elsa's face was full of smiles as she formed a small figurine of both Iduna and Agnar. So cute. Unknowingly, Rapunzel was also crouching beside them and expressed her excitement. If you don't mind me asking, why is your hair long? Elsa noticed the long braided blonde hair of Rapunzel and she has been noticing it lately, so she just mustered up the courage to ask now. Oh, this? I am also magical like you, but my powers aren't that much, it's pretty boring to look at actually. Rapunzel embarrassingly looked away as she replied. Really? Oh come on, there's no magical ability that is boring. Come and show it to us. Anna, however, was very positive as her mindset was that all powers like Elsa aren't boring. In fact, she's actually jealous of Elsa as she also wanted to have cool powers. Oh okay, but don't laugh at me okay? I actually have to sing to activate it. Rapunzel said, and after receiving the nod of Elsa and Anna, including Jin, Tigress, and the parents who were sitting on the couch beside them, Rapunzel breathed in and out before closing her eyes and started singing in a very beautiful and melodic voice. Multiple musical notes: flower, gleam and glow. Let your power shine. Make the clock reverse. Bring back what once was mine. Multiple musical notes. As soon as Rapunzel started singing, her hair started glowing, much to everyone's shock. Even Jin was shocked as this was the first time he saw her hair glowing, not to mention how beautiful her voice is. Fascinating. Iduna can't help but gasp in shock as she stared at the glowing hair, which reminds her of the spirits that has supernatural powers that her people in the enchanted forest used to take advantage of to live their lives. Unfortunately, ever since the peace between Arendelle and Nordhuldra was broken as it resulted in a fight among them, Iduna has to sacrifice her life in the Nordhuldra tribe just to save Agnar's life. Though she never regretted it as she truly loved Agnar. Multiple musical notes: heal what has been hurt. Change the fate's design. Save what has been lost. Bring back what once was mine. What once was mine. Multiple musical notes. As soon as the song came to an end, the glowing hair started returning back to its natural color. Rapunzel sighed and remembered back when she used to live in the tower alone, without anyone to talk to except for Gothel. She then realized that everyone was watching and listening to her, so Rapunzel turned beet red and looked at Elsa and Anna, wanting to know their reaction. Is my voice bad? Rapunzel asked with a sad tone after seeing that everyone was silent and not moving an inch. That was amazing. How did you do that? Oh wait, you told me it was your magical hair, but you voice. Oh gosh, your voice is so good. Anna's eyes were wide at first before she plunged herself into Rapunzel and engulfed her into a hug before praising her non-stop. Anna is right, Rapunzel. Your voice is angelic and melodic. Perhaps you could sing me a lullaby every night. Jin didn't want to be left behind, so he also praised her and teased her a bit at the end. In fact, he observed her hair when she activated her magical powers, and there, he could sense a weird energy that came from her heart to her head. Jin doesn't know what it is, but he could tell that there is more to Rapunzel's powers than just to make her hair glow or heal someone. Ah, really? Rapunzel tucked her hair behind her ear as Jin smiled after seeing this. If you don't mind me asking, but does your hair only glow whenever you sing? Elsa raised her hand as if she was some kind of student before raising a question. Well, glowing is just part of its magical powers. I don't really know the true extent of my magical hair abilities, but I could only tell that it could heal an injury and aged someone back to their prime. Gothel would always let me use my powers whenever she's about to grow old. Rapunzel replied, making Agnar and Iduna nod their heads in agreement. Obviously, everyone would be tempted to be young over and over again, no wonder Gothel kidnapped Rapunzel and kept her to herself. They also want to go back to their young selves, but they're still in their primes, so there's no need to make them younger, as it would spread unnecessary rumors to the kingdom, and that's too troublesome. Me. Try me. Anna quickly raised her hand and volunteered herself, as she wanted to experience the feeling of being de-aged. Just as Rapunzel was about to agree, Jin quickly analyzed the possible consequences to this and immediately stopped her. Hold your horses, beauties. I'm afraid we can't do that. Jin held his hand between Rapunzel and Anna as he stopped them. What? Why? Anna pouted and complained. Sigh, you both should think about the possible outcomes of this. Rapunzel can't fully control her powers, and what if she accidentally de-aged you back to a baby? Do you want to be cradled and suck on your mommy's tits again? Jin explained, not minding the vulgar word that he just used. Ugh, disgusting. Why do you have to say that? Now I can't remove my mother's breasts out of my mind. Anna made a disgusted expression as she held her temples and closed her eyes, muttering a random chant just to remove a part of her memory. Anyways, as I was saying, Rapunzel doesn't have full control over her powers, and we have no idea what her magical powers truly are. After Jin's explanation, everyone except for Anna nodded their heads. Elsa, you too. Anna noticed that Elsa also nodded her head, making her feel a bit betrayed. As much as I also wanted to feel Rapunzel's magical powers, but what Jin said is true, Anna. We have no idea what would happen to someone your age if she used that magical power on you. Elsa shook her head and said, making Anna sigh, and finally gave up. Alright, fine, but promise me that if you could control your powers, make me experience what it feels like to be de-aged. Anna then raised her pinky for a pinky swear. No problem, Anna. Rapunzel answered and intertwined her pinky over hers. That is so sweet. Iduna leaned to Agnar and muttered to him. You are right. Anna is fast when it comes to making friends. Agnar replied after seeing how positive and outgoing Anna is. To tell you the truth, I also want to experience Rapunzel's powers. Jin coughed and said, making everyone chuckle. Aha! See, even the mighty Jin can't resist the temptation of Rapunzel's hair. Anna stood from her sitting position before pointing her tiny fingers to Jin and shouted, as if she had just won $1 million question. Meanwhile, Rapunzel was very happy at seeing everyone's reactions. When she first met Jin and Tigris, she only told them about her magical hair, but she was afraid that they would be afraid of her if they saw her powers, so she didn't use it anymore ever since Gothel was put into her jail. But now, she was happy that their reactions are far from her negative expectations. And besides, you also want to de-age yourself? You're still a bit young, no? Anna continued while tilting her head to the side. Nope. But since she could also heal, then I want her to heal this wound. Jin said before unleashing his blades of havoc, making everyone gasp in shock and stare at him in interest. Unfortunately, Jin doesn't want to taint their innocent eyes, so Jin turned around and quickly used his blade of havoc to slash his palm. Here. Retracting his blade of havoc back, Jin turned around to face them once again and showed his bleeding palm to Rapunzel. I suggest you hurry up, Zelly. My regeneration would kick in any second by now. Jin reminds her, making Rapunzel quickly wrap her hair around Jin's wounded hand and sing the magic song. Multiple musical notes flower, gleam and glow. Let your power shine. Make the clock reverse. Bring back what once was mine. Multiple musical notes. Multiple musical notes heal what has been hurt. Change the fate's design. Save what has been lost. Bring back what once was mine. What once was mine. Multiple musical notes. As usual, her hair glowed when she sang. During the process, Jin could feel a familiar warmth on his hand, that reminds him of his mother's warm hug, making him almost drop a tear. And when she was finished, Jin removed his hand from her hair, showing his healed hand. Even the scars on his hand due to intense training was also gone. Tigress, who saw this? Her eyes gleamed in excitement as she stared at her own palm, which is full of scars to the point that it looks ugly to her eye. Normally in her tiger form, the scar looks cool and badass, but in her human form, she's like wearing a ripped-apart glove. Rapunzel, could you also please heal mine? Tigress blushed a bit as she requested and showed her scarred hand to Rapunzel. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 63, Announcement. The Discord server has been launched and everyone is welcome to join. However, as I am still new to Discord, there might be some things that I don't know, so I hope you guys can understand. Here's the Discord link, https://discord.gg/kotskr. PS, I just took inspiration from several other servers while creating my server, so some of you might be familiar to the channels and such. Chapter 64, ch62, Olaf came to life. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Rapunzel, could you also please heal mine? Seeing Tigress's embarrassed expression, Rapunzel can't help but moan for being overloaded in cuteness. Ah! Don't worry, sis. Rapunzel is here to help you. Rapunzel stood up and raised her chest in pride. Making Jin look up at her slightly medium chest, albeit a bit smaller than Tigress's. Well, I guess I'll have to thank you then. Tigress said as Rapunzel crouched in front of Tigress to take a look at her scarred hand. And here I thought scars are supposed to give you the honor and make you warrior-like. I guess too many scars are different. Rapunzel commented as she started wrapping her hair around Tigress's hands. Rapunzel then started to sing the same again, as everyone also started waving their bodies sideways as they matched the rhythm of her song. After her hair glows and dies down, Tigress slowly removes her hand from her hair and there it is, she finally sees her glorious and smooth tan skin, null of any scars from earlier. How is it? Rapunzel looks at her and asks. Thank you, Rapunzel. Tigress approached her and engulfed Rapunzel in a hug as she stated her gratitude. Of course, anything for my sister. Because of seeing the bond between Elsa and Anna, Rapunzel started craving for a fellow sister, and since Tigress has always been with her, protecting her, Rapunzel saw this as an act of a sister to a sibling. So she started seeing Tigress not as a friend but as her own real sister. Tigress gasped in shock before she warmed up again and tightened her hug. I wanted to join but I don't want to ruin the moment. Jin stared at this in slight jealousy. Oh man, that is so sweet. I wish I had a sister. Suddenly, everyone in the room heard an unknown voice. Turning their heads to the source, they were shocked to see the snowman called Olaf that they just created was now standing straight like a human and is now looking at Rapunzel and Tigress with the look of envy. Who are you? While everyone was shocked, Tigress simply squinted her eyes at Olaf, amused at seeing a new creature before her eyes. Me? I'm Olaf. It is nice to meet you and Ure. Olaf happily introduced himself before hinting for Tigress to introduce herself next. Tigress. My name is Tigress. Seeing no harm in introducing herself, Tigress introduced herself before Anna suddenly stood between Olaf and Tigress. Oh my gosh, you're alive! Anna said in surprise and excitement as she carried Olaf like a baby. Yee! I'm alive! Meanwhile, Olaf simply raised his stick arms and also yelled in excitement, matching Anna's current mood. I can create life? I created Olaf. Elsa muttered in shock as she looked down on her hands, amazed but terrified at what she could do. She is more powerful than I thought. Jin was stunned when he saw how Olaf just simply opened his eyes and started moving. Mind you, Elsa didn't even have any intention to make him alive. Although Jin already watched the movies and knows what Elsa can somewhat create life through ice, seeing and witnessing it is on a different level. According to Frozen 2, she's some kind of spirit, right? I kinda forgot the movie, but all I know is that her powers are not simply for show, it has a purpose in this world. Jin stated as he stared at Elsa for a few good seconds before sighing. It looks like my job will be harder than I thought. Jin then shook his head as he saw that Olaf is now on the lap of Anna, telling them a story from God knows where. Okay, so hear me out. Once upon a time in the kingdom of Arendelle, there were 3 friends, Anna, Elsa, and me. One sunny day, we decided to have a picnic in the enchanted forest. Wait, you know about the enchanted forest? Anna was surprised to learn that a newborn like Olaf actually knew about the enchanted forest. Olaf used his left stick hand to pluck his right stick hand before placing it under his chin, making an awkward way for someone to think inside his mind. As everyone was waiting for Olaf's answer, they were expecting some kind of new revelation. However, Olaf's answer soon blessed their ears. I don't know. I just know it, I guess. Olaf shrugged his shoulders as he answered, making everyone who is anticipating his answer slump off their shoulders and slap their foreheads. Slap. Sigh. Jin sighed as he too was disappointed. It's already night, it is time to go to bed. Agnar was also disappointed, so he looked outside on the window and noticed that the sun had gone down, replacing it with the moon. Oh man! Can I keep Olaf with me? Anna complained as she quickly hugged Olaf, as if someone would snatch him away from her. Sure Anna. But just to make sure. Agnar agreed, and before he finished his sentence, he smiled and made a side-eyed glance on Elsa before continuing. Elsa will sleep in your room with you. But different beds. Obviously, to make up for with her daughters, Agnar would obviously have to bring them back to the way they used to. Gasp, thank you, Papa. Anna then carefully placed Olaf back down on the ground before rushing off and hugged Agnar. But I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt Anna. Although Elsa was grateful and happy, Elsa was concerned for her sister's safety and she'd rather sleep alone in her room again than to accidentally hurt her sister. I will be fine, Elsa. I'm stronger than you think. Anna held Elsa's resting hands as she assured her while flexing off her non-existent muscle on her arm. I know how hard it is for you, Elsa, but it's different now. I learned my mistakes and it's time for you to get your old life back. And besides, as long as you have your gloves, nothing bad will happen, okay? I will ask the staff to place another bed in Anna's room. Agnar also assured Elsa, as she finally breathed in and out and nodded her head. Hopefully, nothing bad will really happen, right? Jin muttered to Rapunzel and Tigris next to him. Yawn. I'm already sleepy, where's our room by the way? Rapunzel stretched her arms and yawned as Iduna heard what she said and quickly guided them to their rooms. In the middle of the night, Jin was lying on the bed with Rapunzel and Tigris on both of his sides. With Rapunzel here, I can't have sex with Tigris. Sigh, why do I have to follow the same tradition of marry first before fucking? Jin said to himself and sighed as he could hear Rapunzel's loud snoring. Who knew such a beautiful girl had a snore as loud as a gruff man? Jin chuckled to himself as he slowly untangled himself from Rapunzel and Tigris's arms. Fuck it, I can't sleep at this point. I should probably go out and find some things to pass time with. Jin then wore his slippers and quietly snuck out of the room. Outside the room, Jin saw no light except for the moonlight outside the windows. I wonder how it feels to have my own kingdom. It must be such a bliss to be one. Though I should probably avoid having many children as the risk of killing your relatives for the throne is probably still existent even in this world. Just as Jin was thinking about becoming a king, he suddenly remembered the common stereotype back in his old world about kingdoms and royalties where brothers and sisters killed their parents and each other just for the sake of having the throne for themselves. This is mostly due to the king having concubines and making so many children with them. And with the concubines wanting to be the king's favorite, they would fill their children's mind with ambitions for the throne, wanting to be at the spotlight if their child has more talent than the others. Jin shuddered a bit just by thinking about it. Seriously, how can such a person kill their relatives just for power? If it is physical power like super strength or super speed, Jin could understand it, but just for political power? Sure, it's also considered a power as you would be ruling over thousands of humans. However, in front of true strength, no amount of political power could survive against it. So, to Jin, he'd rather be poor as fuck, but as long as he has absolute power, everything including the so-called political power can be achieved. While Jin was busy thinking to himself, he unknowingly bumped into someone. With a quick reflex, Jin immediately held the person he bumped into's arm. "I'm sorry about that, are you okay?" "Elsa." Jin then apologized, and when the moonlight lightened them up, Jin noticed that the person he bumped into was actually Elsa. I am sorry, I wasn't looking at what I was walking into." Elsa stood up properly and fixed herself as she spoke. "Can't sleep?" Jin smiled and asked. "Well, Anna still got her loud snoring. I thought it would disappear as she grows up." Elsa chuckled to herself as Jin also did too. "Same reason here," Jin said before they stayed quiet for a few minutes as they don't know any topic to talk about. Thankfully, an idea bore fruit in Jin's mind and he quickly suggested it to Elsa. "Hey, wanna do something fun?" Jin asked as Elsa raised her head to look at him. "What do you mean?" "Just come with me outside. I assure you, this will be fun. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Guys, it's coming. My evil side is coming out. The Power Stones are the only one who can keep it from coming out." Chapter 65, ch 63, Flame vs Ice. No, it's not a lemon chapter, lol. What do you guys expect? If you want lemons, it's already out in my Patreon. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Sneaking out on the guards, Jin and Elsa were avoiding all of the guards, and whenever they saw one, they would either hide in another room and blend in the dark. "Why does this excite me so much?" Elsa muttered to herself. It feels like she's doing something bad and illegal, but at the same time, she was both excited and is anticipating the fun that Jin mentioned. This situation feels a bit similar to some of the books that she used to read as a child, where a princess would sneak out of a castle with their Prince Charming. "What were you thinking, Elsa? He's already married." Elsa blushed after realizing that she was already considering Jin as her Prince Charming like those in the books. "Well, too bad he's already married. To two people, a bit weird, but since Rapunzel and Tigress don't seem to mind it, who am I to judge them?" Elsa said to herself in a bit of disappointment. Though only to Tigress, she just thought that he is also married to Rapunzel. After they passed the last guard, they finally ran outside the castle, without any guards seeing a glimpse of their clothes. They ran around the empty streets before Jin guided Elsa out of the castle and went into the woods. "What are we doing out here?" Elsa asked while the sounds of the night were giving her relaxation, especially the sound of crickets not far away from them. Meanwhile, Jin didn't answer, instead he created a small ball of fire on the top of his palms as its light illuminated his face. "Hey Elsa!" Jin called out, trying to get Elsa's attention. Elsa hummed while tilting her head to the side, wondering why Jin would call her all of the sudden. "Think fast." Quickly turning around, Jin slightly threw the fireball towards Elsa. "Wait, what?" A bit stunned, Elsa quickly cast a wave of ice towards the fireball, puffing the fireball out of existence. "What was that?" Shocked by the sudden attack, Elsa can't help but call out to Jin. Ah ha ha ha! First rule of our training. Jin laughed and chuckled for a few seconds before his expression turned serious. Always strike first. Jin said before throwing another fireball towards Elsa, but this time, it is much faster than the last one. Wait! Surprised again, but this time, Elsa was alert and managed to create an ice spike to intercept the incoming fireball. Whoosh! The fireball collided with the ice spike and puffed out of existence. Rule number 2. Jin then raised his 2 fingers as he spoke. Elsa quickly went on guard as she finally realized that Jin actually started their training right now. And she wasn't even expecting it. If Jin turns out to be a real enemy, then there would be one less princess in Arendelle. Strike hard! Jin spoke in a calm manner as he went in the stance of a Fire Nation fire-style stance, bending his knees a bit and sending a wave of fire in front of him through the fists. Alert and ready, Elsa quickly creates an ice wall in front of her, however this time, the flame isn't dying as it still continuously attacks her ice wall, melting it as time goes by. Noticing this, Elsa quickly used her powers to strengthen the wall, and used its slippery standing to push the giant ice wall towards Jin. Albeit slow, Jin didn't think of destroying the ice wall as he doesn't want to hurt Elsa's feelings. So he sidestepped and allowed the giant ice wall to pass by him. Nice try, but that was too slow. I can tell you're holding it back a bit, which is why you should learn our last rule. Jin shrugged his shoulders and commented as Elsa breathed in and out, waiting for Jin to state the next and last rule. No mercy. As soon as those words escaped his mouth, a gush of flame suddenly followed out of his mouth, blowing out a wave of fire like a dragon. What? This time, Elsa was surprised as she wasn't expecting Jin to breathe fire like an actual dragon. Although she managed to create a wall, she didn't manage to fortify it enough, and Jin's breath of flame soon melted the ice wall just as fast as when she created it. Closing her eyes, Elsa thought that the flame would engulf her, and she awaited from the upcoming pain. A few seconds passed. Elsa didn't feel any pain or heat coming to her, so she slowly opened her eyes and met with Jin's pair of glowing brown eyes. I was just introducing the rules to you. But now, it's time to implement it. Jin said as Elsa sighed in relief. She really thought she would burn into crisp by now, but she kinda forgot that she's fighting not an enemy but someone who will teach her how to control her powers. The first step of controlling an uncontrollable beast. We must release it, which is something that you already did, but I'm not yet still satisfied. Jin stated while walking away from Elsa, making a large distance between him and her. Attack me! Jin said while spreading his arms wide, giving Elsa a wide target. What? Elsa hesitated a bit as memories of accidentally hurting Anna flashes in her mind. Tisk tisk tisk. I knew you would hesitate. Can you state the last rule? No mercy. After a bit of hesitation, Elsa answered Jin's question. Good. As long as you consider someone as your enemy, you must strike them first and always show no mercy. The moment you enter a battlefield, you must always expect that no one would be there to save your ass and you're all alone. Your enemies would show no mercy to you as they bury their sword within your guts without a hint of mercy. Jin cruelly said as Elsa has the look of fear on her face. I'm going to ask you again, Elsa. Attack me. Jin continued as Elsa stopped moving for a second and closed her eyes. A/N, I know you guys would complain about this, about that, and why is he acting so not like Uncle Iroh since it is his template? I actually stated this a few chapters ago that the templates won't have a large influence on Jin's personality and that he still has and retains his original personality. Phew. Elsa seemed to have cleared her mind as she breathed in and out before opening her eyes again, this time, with determination in her eyes. I bet you 50 gold coins, she won't touch even a single fabric on Jin's body. Far from them, standing on the tree were 4 figures. 60 coins, Elsa would give us a surprise. Rapunzel replied to Tigress's challenge. I rather not bet. But I'm confident my sister will win though. Anna smiled awkwardly and said as she backed away from the bed. She was only here because Tigress and Rapunzel woke her up and brought her here. Who would have thought she'd find her sister and Jin starting to fight? I don't have any gold coins, but I bet my right arm stick that they will hug at the end. Olaf also decided to join the challenge and offer her right arm stick. For Olaf, who loves hugs, he is very confident in his bet. Deal. Tigress simply shrugged her shoulders and agreed. She knows Jin wouldn't let Elsa touch even his clothes, right? Back to the fight, Elsa struck the first time as a cold frost came out of her palms, freezing everything in its path, rushing towards Jin with the intent to freeze him. Atta girl! Jin grinned when he saw that Elsa is more determined than ever. Putting on a stance, Jin countered with his own wave of fire, parrying against Elsa's frosty attack. Fwussy! Boom! As soon as both of their attacks collided with each other, a sonic boom resounded across the forest. Thankfully, they're quite far away from Arendelle, so the large sound won't wake anyone up and cause mass panic. As the mist created from the collision between their attacks spread, Elsa was completely stolen of her vision. Unable to see anything except for the mist. Tap, X2. I'm here. Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder, surprising her and quickly blasting the area behind her. However, she saw no one from behind her, making her confused and scared. Where are you? Elsa squinted her eyes and looked around as she gulped her saliva, trying to focus on her sight. Behind you. Suddenly, her shoulder was tapped once again, forcing her to turn around and quickly deliver a blast of ice. However, she blasted nothing but the grassy ground that has already turned into icy grass. Tisk! Elsa clicked her tongue. Though she was annoyed, there was joy plastered over her face. She was actually enjoying this kind of game. Elsa once again resumed her search for Jin among the mist. However, a few seconds later, she slightly turned her head on the side, and smirked as if she was expecting that Jin would attack her once again on the back, but this time, she would be the one to surprise him. Aha! With a quick turn, Elsa was full of smiles as she blasted the area behind her, flashing a smirk of victory. However, it was a false victory as she saw nothing behind her. Too slow. Jin's voice once again taunted her, making Elsa's face twitch as she finally had enough. Show me yourself! With a loud shout, Elsa closed her eyes and blasted the entire area around her, wishing that she would accidentally hit Jin somewhere. Thud! Ah! Suddenly, Elsa opened her eyes in surprise when she heard a yell of pain somewhere around the area. Oh no! Flashbacks of hurting her sister Anna flashed within her eyes as she quickly ran towards the sound of the yell where she last heard it. Arriving at the location, Elsa saw nothing but a wood log on the floor. Hey! Unknown to Elsa, a shadow loomed behind her, highlighting nothing but his eyes and his wide grin. Myohi! Dash underscore 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 underscore. It's coming out. The evil side of me is coming out. He said that if this fanfic don't reach the top 10, he'll definitely turn this fanfic into ugly bastard, NTR, and rape blackmail fanfic. Chapter 66, ch 64, thank you. Mind giving out some positive and detailed reviews? I want to know my strengths and weaknesses on this FIC and so I could improve it. I highly appreciate it. And please be honest, just this time, I won't mind the insults as long as it is related in giving a honest review. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Behind you, Elsa. Suddenly, both Elsa and Jin heard Anna's voice from somewhere not far away from them. Looking up, Elsa saw Anna standing on top of a branch of a tree, while pointing behind her. Anna. Ignoring what she was pointing at, Elsa was shocked to find Anna in the same place as her. She made sure to leave the room without waking her up. However, it was too late for her to react when Jin placed his finger near her neck and whispered to her. I would like to add one rule. No matter what happens, never give up. Villains tend to monologue so much that they would always give time for their enemies to prepare and fight back. So, no matter what happens, the moment your enemy starts monologuing like this, you should strike back and st. Just as Jin was explaining a new rule to her, Elsa immediately gets what he was explaining to her, and since he's basically monologuing like the villain that he's referring to, Elsa quickly pushed Jin back and stomped her foot on the ground, forming an icy ground that is both slippery and shiny. Alright. I wasn't expecting that, Jin said when he saw that the ground had changed to ice, including the trees and grasses, transforming the entire area to a frozen land, tilting the environmental advantage to Elsa's favor. Thanks for the tip. Elsa smirked in victory as she raised her palm and created several ice spears that were conjured from her palm. Since when did she learn how to do that? Jin complained inside his mind as he watched those ice spears fly towards him in a fast manner. Firewall should be enough, Jin said to himself before pushing his arm forward on the ground, blasting flames out of his fist that soon made a large wall in front of him, melting those ice spears that were planning to attack him. Suddenly, Jin saw an ice spear peeking out on the edge of the wall before it dashed towards him. She's learning, hey, Jin said to himself before manipulating the firewall to form a firestorm that melted not only the ice spear that peaked but also the icy environment, as Elsa simply stopped in her tracks and just stared at the flame storm in shock and fear. He doesn't really show mercy, does he? Perhaps we should stop him. Anna forcefully smiled as she thought that Jin was going all out in this battle, while Tigress simply side-eyed her, as if she was saying, "What do you mean mercy? He isn't even trying." However, Tigress kept these thoughts to herself lest she might hurt Anna's feelings of thinking that her sister is very strong. Don't worry, have trust in him. If he wanted her dead, he could have done it a long time ago, Tigress simply assured her. Seeing the large flame storm, Elsa seemed to have given you and simply closed her eyes. That was good, Elsa. Suddenly, Elsa heard Jin's voice. Opening her eyes, she saw Jin standing in front of her while raising his thumbs up, without any sight of the flame storm. Thanks. Elsa blushed slightly as she looked away and said. However, in times like that, you should never back down and never give up. Jin nodded his head at her before pointing his finger upward and yelled like a sergeant officer. Elsa was stunned. Why does she feel like she's training like a knight in an army? Say it, Elsa. Never back down, never what? Jin said before yelling on the top of his lungs. Never give up. Elsa meekly whispered as she felt shy on matching Jin's volume. I can't hear you, never back down, never what? Jin yelled again, making Elsa's blood boil. Never give up. Elsa slightly increased her volume and yelled. All right. That's the spirit. Jin grinned and clapped his hands as Elsa heavily exhaled and inhaled, feeling the sense of euphoria due to yelling on the top of her lungs for the first time. How does it feel? Jin saw the adrenaline rush plastered all over Elsa's body, so he asked. I feel so good. It's like I could take on mountains. Elsa answered before chuckling. That's your adrenaline. It gives you a boost in all aspects of your strength. It's a good thing to master. Jin said, naturally he has mastered on activating his adrenaline whenever he wants, however the side effects are enormous, as after you deactivate the adrenaline, all the exhaustion and pain that is accumulated during the session would suddenly pour all over you like a tide, making you pass out if your will is not strong enough. Of course, Jin wouldn't tell Elsa about that. Let her try it first, and if she masters it, only then he would tell her about it. Adrenaline. Elsa muttered to herself. To be honest, the sound of it sounds both cool but dangerous. Elsa is not dumb, the so-called adrenaline is like pushing your body to its limits, which means there would be side effects. You know, I didn't expect your powers to be this powerful. Given enough everyday practice, no doubt you would be able to heal your sister in just 5 days. Jin said, making Elsa beamed up in excitement, and due to that, she unknowingly hugged Jin and thanked him. "Thank you, Jin. You don't know how much Anna is worth to me. If she dies because of me, I don't know what will happen to me." Elsa said as tears flowed down from her eyes. The thought of causing her sister's death has been weighing down on her like Atlas carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. "I won." Olaf raised his arms up in the sky as he excitedly made a victory pose. "Beginner's luck." Tigris muttered and looked away, not wanting to accept defeat from a mere snowman. Meanwhile, Rapunzel was wide-eyed and stared at the scene in shock. Not from how she lost the bet, but the fact that why does Jin seem to keep on attracting many women to him? Especially a princess like her. Rapunzel can't even tell if Jin is doing it on purpose or if someone else outside is manipulating it. Author, Het. At the same time, Anna quickly climbed down the tree, or more like she jumped from the branch and landed on the ground without suffering any injury. Elsa. Anna ran towards Elsa in full speed as tears were flowing down on her cheeks. "Anna." Elsa turned around quickly when she heard Anna's voice, and as soon as she did, Anna immediately crushed into her, causing them to fall towards Jin, who for some unknown reason caught them and lost balance. Thud. "I am so proud of you," Anna said in a muffled voice as her face is buried on Elsa's tummy. While Elsa was blushing as she could feel Jin's hand on her waist. However, that's not the problem here. The problem is that she could feel something hard pressing on her buttocks. This is the first time she felt this feeling, and it's different than just a pebble. Hold on, Anna." Elsa stuttered as she looked over her side and whispered to Jin. "Jin, what is that?" Elsa asked while Jin was keeping a monotone face, trying his best to hold his face from twitching or making an expression. "What is what?" he innocently asked while pushing Elsa and Anna away from the top of him. "It's nothing." Seeing that she and Anna were pushed and the feeling of the hard thing on her buttocks is gone, Elsa doesn't know what to feel. At the same time, Rapunzel, Tigris, and Olaf arrived near them and helped Anna and Elsa to get up, while Tigris simply went over to Jin to help him get up. "Having fun?" Tigris asked with an unknown smile. "Yes." Since there's no point in lying, Jin admitted with a straight face, making Tigris sigh. "You should really stop your attractiveness. I'm afraid by the next few years, I will see hundreds of women, especially princesses, all head over heels for you. Tone it down a little, will you?" Tigris reprimanded him while Jin replied. "How the hell am I supposed to do that? I can't just wish to have an ugly appearance, and besides, who would want that? I'd rather attract countless women than chase them myself," Jin said while patting the dust on his ass. Quickly, "I think I heard them over here somewhere." Just as they were talking to one another, Jin and the rest suddenly heard other people's voices not far from them, and seeing the incoming light from afar, all of them quickly looked at each other in a panic. Just as everyone was panicking on where to hide and hearing the footsteps closing in, Jin decided to grab each of them and whispered. "Quickly! All of you hold on to each other!" Jin quickly ordered them. Although confused, they still did as told. Elsa held Anna while Anna held Rapunzel, while Rapunzel held Tigris and Tigris held Jin's hand. Seeing that they're all finally holding each other, Jin knew he can't carry this many people with his chi alone, so he would have to resort to other methods. Black wings suddenly sprouted from his back as Jin's form changed to his devil form, shocking them all, and before they could react, Jin quickly bent his knees to gather momentum before jumping as high as possible, flapping his wings very hard the moment they were in the sky. Meanwhile, back on the ground where they used to be, tens of humans wearing peasant clothing came walking in, holding their torches. What happened here? The person leading them was shocked when he saw several broken trees and burned ones. It's like a war has just ensued here. Chapter 67, ch 65, You're an angel? Jin. Elsa muttered in shock, and everyone, including Tigris, was shocked to see this form of his. Just so you know, Tigris never saw Jin's devil form, she only heard it from him, but she only thought that he was exaggerating or something. Oh my gosh, You're an angel. Why didn't you tell me? Hey, is God real? Are you really his children? Oh, I have so many questions right now. Meanwhile, contrary to their shocked expressions, Anna was the only one who was excited and kept on flapping her legs around, almost causing them to lose balance in the sky. Anna, stop moving. Jin, who almost lost his grip on Tigress, silently reprimanded Anna, who immediately stopped her movement the moment she heard him say, "Oops. Sorry." Anna quickly apologized and stopped moving. What happened here? They all heard one of them say back down on the ground. With curious faces, they all looked down and watched as the people who almost found them, were looking everywhere and investigating the area in curiosity. I knew it. The devils are real, only devils are capable of this. They must have landed here on our grounds. We, humans as the rulers of this world must eradicate the devils. An old man wearing priest's clothes angrily yelled and accused. Meanwhile, Jin's face twitched and felt a bit offended by what the old man said, though he just held it in after all. There's no use in getting angry at a senile old man who can't see how tall Mount Tai is. Are we, devils? Elsa asked after hearing what the senile old priest said. It seems that his words have affected her greatly. No, Elsa. You're my sister. Before Jin could answer Elsa's concerns, Anna beat him to it and immediately assured her that Anna hugged Elsa. However, that was a big mistake as the balance has shifted a little, almost causing Jin to lose his grip over Tigress. Alright, that's it. We're going back. Knowing that if they kept staying here they might risk revealing themselves, Jin decided to go back by now, lest that risk truly happens. As Jin flew across the distance, Anna's voice could be heard echoing throughout the air. I'm sorry. Apology unaccepted. You need to be punished. Jin jokingly said. However, Anna, who is still 15 years old, her humor isn't that great yet, so she thought that Jin was being serious, so she teared up a little. Jin. Elsa felt her heart pang in pain and helplessly looked at Jin, who noticed that Anna was on the verge of crying. Hey kid, I was just joking. Seriously, it's hard to make a joke in front of kids. Jin apologized before whispering the last sentence to himself. Sniff. Elsa then used her free hand to wipe the tear stains on Anna's face, before smiling at her after she finished. Thanks, sis. Anna warmly smiled and thanked her before cutely glaring at Jin and stuck her tongue out. But this girl. Jin sighed at himself at Anna's childish behavior. Who could he blame though? Anna is still a child, so it's normal for her to be childish at times like this. It's so beautiful. Rapunzel muttered as she stared at the large moon surrounded by shining stars. Since they were up in the air, the view of the sky is very wide and beautiful, making this a one-in-a-lifetime experience to most. You're right. Tigress said as she also stared at the beautiful night sky. You know, I sometimes wonder how the moon was created. Rapunzel said while Jin remembered a certain story in his past life about how the moon was created. Jin quickly searched for a large tree where they landed in, settling on top of it for a few minutes. Scoop in you guys. How about I tell you a story on how the moon was created? Jin announced. Anna and Rapunzel were the first ones to scoop in with each other, followed by Tigress and Elsa, who glanced at each other and chuckled before sitting beside Rapunzel and Anna. Ahem. Jin cleared his throat first before starting the story. A/N, you can skip the story if you want. Long ago, in a time when the world was still young, there were two powerful celestial beings, the sun and the earth. They were siblings, but they had very different personalities. The sun was fiery and full of energy, while the earth was calm and nurturing. The earth loved to gaze up at the night sky, admiring the stars that twinkled above. But the sun was jealous of the attention the earth paid to the stars, and this jealousy grew with each passing day. One night, as the earth was sleeping, the sun hatched a plan to outshine the stars and win all of Earth's admiration. The sun gathered a handful of its brightest rays and shot them towards the earth, hoping to consume the night sky with its brilliance. But the earth, sensing danger, reached out and created a protective barrier of clouds to shield itself. The sun's rays collided with the clouds, creating a spectacular explosion of light. The earth was unharmed, but the force of the explosion sent some of the earth's essence hurtling into the sky. This essence combined with stardust and formed a beautiful, glowing sphere, the moon. The moon, born from the earth's essence and the stars, took its place in the night sky beside the stars. It shone with a gentle, silver light, casting a soothing glow over the world below. The earth, grateful for the moon's presence, no longer needed to gaze at the stars for comfort. From that day forward, the moon became a symbol of peace and serenity in the night sky. It served as a reminder that even in moments of jealousy and conflict, beauty and harmony can emerge. And so, the moon, created from the earth's protective love and the sun's fiery jealousy, continues to grace our nights with its radiant presence. By the time Jin was finished, Anna and Rapunzel were already fast asleep, their heads leaning on each other. "Where did you learn that story, Jin?" Elsa asked. She felt like the story of the sun and moon is amazing. "My parents used to narrate it for me as a bedtime story. I don't know where they knew it from though." Jin shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's a good story," Tigress said before stretching her arms and yawning. "Let's spend the night here," she said before tucking Anna and Rapunzel in before doing the same to herself. "Isn't it cold out here? You guys might catch a cold." Jin felt the breeze of the wind and couldn't help but ask them in worry. "I don't feel any cold. I'll be fine," Tigress answered. "Me too. The cold never bothered me anyway," Elsa also replied, not knowing that she just made a reference to her future self. "Alright, that's some funny shit." Jin chuckled to himself after hearing Elsa's response, and just as he was about to go to sleep, he suddenly remembered something. Or perhaps, someone that they just forgot. Meh, it's probably just my imagination. Jin shrugged his shoulders and placed this thought on the back of his head before laying down beside Tigress and hugged her, spooning her by his arms. As Tigress's back was facing his front, her buttocks were touching his crotch, and the moment Tigress moved slightly towards him, Jin felt an infinite struggle underneath his pants. A great war that is exploding inside of him. Jin doesn't even know if she did it on purpose or not. Unfortunately, it is already too late. For the rest of the night Jin wouldn't be able to sleep and hoped that his little buddy would calm down soon. Closing his eyes, Jin started imagining sheeps jumping on a fence one by one, as he counted them until he fell asleep. 1, 2, 3. While the gang was already sound asleep, Olaf was left back in the forest where they fled. He was walking around the area while calling out to their names. Guys? Elsa? Anna? Jin? Olaf walked around as he yelled for them. Earlier, when he saw the unknown people, he quickly hid behind a tree, not knowing that Jin took flight along with the rest of his companions. "Excuse me, little buddy. Have you seen the two royal sisters, Elsa and Anna? Oh, and also a long golden-haired lady. She's a princess also." Looking down on the squirrel, Olaf knelt slightly before asking in a whispered tone. "Squeak. Well, that was unhelpful. I guess I'll have to find them myself." Olaf scratched his chin and said before standing up straight and puffed his chest. This will be the start of Olaf's mighty journey in the forest. "Hopefully, I won't find scary monsters hiding underneath a tree," Olaf proudly said before meekly whispering the last sentence. Multiple musical notes. "I am just a snowman, standing in a forest, asking it to let me go, back to Elsa, Anna, the long-haired beauty, and the other woman with a tan skin and multiple musical notes." Olaf then started tiptoeing and singing before stopping as he forgot Jin's name. What was his name again? Eugene? Yup. It must be Eugene. And Eugene. Olaf tried to remember Jin's name before yelling and finished his song, not knowing that he was mistaken on Jin's name. And so, for the rest of the night, Olaf continues his journey, non-stop in finding his way home. Hoping that he would find them soon, or else he might melt later on. Chapter 68, ch. 66, Finding Olaf. We have to launch a search squad. Olaf is missing. After getting back to the castle in the morning, the first thing Anna did was to find Olaf, and after seeing that he was not by her side, she started panicking and wanted Agnar to assign a searching squad for Olaf. Okay, Anna. But we can't just have anyone to look for him, remember magic isn't supposed to be real in our kingdom. If they find out we have some kind of connection to magic and such, people would start doubting us and our neighboring kingdoms would surely get wind of it. We'll just have to do the search ourselves. Agnar sighed and refused as he explained the reason behind it. But Olaf, he's out there somewhere, he can't handle being alone. Anna said in worry before turning to her sister, Elsa, and asked. Come on, Elsa. You're the one who created him, can't you sense him with your magic or something? Anna asked worriedly while Elsa felt bad as she had to say no. Unfortunately, I can't, Anna. I'm sorry. Elsa answered and looked down on the ground, feeling useless as the older sister for the first time. Your father's right. Instead of letting others look for him, we'll look for Olaf ourselves. I'll cover the north and west side of the forest, while Tigris and Rapunzel would cover the east. Elsa, Anna, can I trust you with the south side? Looking at their distraught faces, Jin finally took the lead and gave them orders. Tracking him would be a bit hard. I can't smell any scent from him except for water. Tigris said next. It's not like she was lazy to go on a search, but what she said is indeed true. Unlike other people who have different and unique scents, Olaf is the only one who has the same scent as an element, which is water. Hopefully, nothing bad happens to him. I can't imagine what people would do to him once they find him before we can. Anna shuddered just by thinking about it. He would be fine, Anna. I'm sure of it. Elsa patted Anna's shoulder and assured her while Anna turned her head to her and smiled before hugging her. Elsa was stunned at first but reciprocated the hug. I will ask Kai to prepare a fast horse for all of you. Olaf may have not gone that far. After seeing Anna's sadness, Agnar couldn't resist it, so he wanted to help as much as possible, such as providing the best and the fastest horses in Arendelle. Thank you, Agnar. But I won't be needing it. I have something that is much faster than a horse. Jin smiled and kindly rejected the polite offer. After all, Tigris and the rest would already cover the ground, and to make the search more effective, they would need someone to look from the sky. And who is supposed to do that? Of course, other than him, no one else among them can fly in the sky. I see. Then I wish you luck, and also all of you. I wanted to go and search with you all, but I have many pending paperworks. I'm afraid I would leave the job to all of you. Agnar said and reminded them before turning his attention to Elsa and said to her. Elsa, protect your sister. Watch over her and make sure nothing harm befalls both of you. If necessary, there's no need to conceal it, Elsa. I think Jin was right, you mustn't conceal it or don't feel it. You must let go of the past rules, Elsa. After getting his father's reassurance, Elsa's confidence in her magical powers rose greatly. If before she was afraid of showing her powers to the people of Arendelle because she might be called a monster, but with Agnar's words, Elsa felt like it would not be that bad for the world to know her real self, instead of hiding behind her fake persona. The real Elsa would like to be free of any constraints, unlike the fake Elsa. The real Elsa would like to find the perfect man for her, like her father to her mother. As she thought of this, Elsa's eyes darted towards Jin's, and when Jin sensed someone looking at him, he turned his attention to the source only to see Elsa looking at someone else, instead of him. Must be my imagination. Jin mentally shrugged his shoulders and said to himself. After receiving Agnar's words, it was Iduna's turn. However, instead of giving her words to all of them, she only reminded Elsa and Anna. She felt like Agnar had said enough to them, there's no need for her to add another one, it might just give them unnecessary burden. Elsa, Anna. Watch over each other's backs, okay? If something bad happens, always remember to run. Running away from danger is not cowardly, it's a wise decision. After Iduna gave them her advice, she proceeded to give them a hug before backing away back to Agnar's side. I'll go out first. Tigress, Rapunzel, take care of yourselves. Just shout my name if you need me. Jin then proceeded to kiss Tigress on her lips and was about to kiss Rapunzel on her cheeks. However, Rapunzel was extending her lips to him with her eyes closed, as if she wanted to be kissed directly to her lips. Not knowing what to do, Jin decided to oblige to what she wanted and gave her a kiss on the lips. It's quite weird to kiss two beautiful women right in front of each other while everyone around you acts as if it was a normal thing to do. I would probably get used to this, but it would be a bit weird to me for now. Jin said to himself when he saw that Anna cooed after seeing him kiss Tigress and Rapunzel while the king and queen just acted as if it was a normal kiss. Elsa, though, was having a different expression. She was frowning a bit due to jealousy, however she immediately held it back lest she might be found out. She can't reveal to them that she was jealous, it's something discourteous to a royalty like her. Will I also be able to find a man like him? Strong, handsome, kind and wise. He's too perfect to be true. Elsa said to herself and sighed. However, she just reached the age of 18, which is still not the right age for a princess like her to find a lover. In the tradition, only by reaching the age of 21, a princess/prince could find a lover and marry them. Sometimes, kings would even betroth their daughters/sons to another royalty before the age of 21 as if to reserve them like products to a customer. This is one of their traditions that Elsa hated the most. She felt like she's some kind of good that could be sold for a high price. Thankfully, her parents aren't that kind of royalty. Unlike other king and queens, Agnar and Iduna believed in true love and they would love for their daughters to believe the same. I heard Rapunzel is also a princess, maybe she was also forcefully betrothed to someone? Maybe I should ask her sometimes. Elsa made a note to herself. After getting everything settled, Jin was the first one to leave by jumping out of the windows under Agnar and Iduna's shocked eyes. And behold, what they saw next made them wide-eyed and dropped their jaws in surprise. How is he flying? Never mind, it's kind of useless to be shocked at such things. Just as Agnar wanted to ask in shock, he remembered that he's not dealing with a normal person, so he soon calmed down. Elsa and the rest finally got their horses from Kai, the overseer and steward of Arendelle Castle. He managed everything in the Arendelle Castle, including the stables, kitchen, main houses and finally, the staff. Here are your horses, your highnesses. Kai said and bowed to them after showing them 4 white horses. These horses are the horses of the king and queen, while the other 2 are the horses for the princesses Anna and Elsa. They're trained specifically by all of our horse experts to be the fastest horse in Arendelle. Kai introduced them to the horses as Anna was super excited for this. I have my own horse now. That is so cool. Just as Anna was excitedly jumping around, Kai quickly poured cold water at Anna. I'm afraid you haven't learned how to ride a horse, Your Highness. Kai said with a bow. What? But I took horse riding classes. Surely I know how to ride one. Anna puffed up her cheek and said as Kai then replied. As far as I remember, Your Highness. You skipped the horse riding class and escaped to eat chocolates in the kitchen before falling asleep. As soon as Kai said that, Elsa chuckled slightly as Anna blushed madly from embarrassment. Kai wasn't wrong, she indeed skipped horse riding classes and ate chocolates during those hours. Oh, how she regrets skipping those classes now. The same also goes to you, Your Highness, Elsa. You've been locked up in your room for years, evading all of the necessary education that you should have taken. While Elsa was still chuckling, Kai seemed to have taken notice of this and also poured cold water at her chuckling face. Ah ha ha ha. This time, it was Anna's turn to laugh so much that it is unladylike. I recommend we assign our best knights to escort you wherever your destination is. Kai suggested, however Elsa can't have that as they can't reveal Olaf's existence to them. Thankfully, Rapunzel and Tigress were there to save the day. They'll ride with us. We both know how to ride a horse, so there's no need for a knight. Is that so? Then, I would trust their safety to both of you, Ms. Rapunzel and Ms. Tigress. Kai soon complied and bowed his head. Let's go. We'll change our plans a bit, Tigress said before jumping on one of the horses. As they rode their horses outside the walls of Arendelle, an unknown figure wearing a dark cloth watched them from afar before grinning. Finally, they're out of their little cave. Chapter 69, ch. 67, Magical Trouble. I can't believe they actually left me. After giving them all of my hugs. Olaf was annoyed at first before crying as he said the last sentence. Olaf may be a snowman made from magic, but him talking and responding is proof that he is alive and not an organic monster. Or maybe they're already looking at me. They must be worried about me by now. I should probably stay here so it won't be that hard to find me. Olaf stayed positive despite his situation before sitting on the ground and waited. Oh look! A butterfly! However, it didn't even take a few seconds before a butterfly caught his attention. Olaf then stood up and started chasing it, forgetting about the fact that he was supposed to stay in his position and wait for Elsa and Anna to arrive. Thud! After 5 minutes of constantly chasing after the butterfly, Olaf suddenly bumped into someone. Hey! Watch where you're going! After Olaf fell on his butt, he quickly reprimanded the person he bumped into, and when he tried to look at who it was, Olaf couldn't see anything except for a dark figure due to the sunlight behind the figure, making him unable to see the appearance of the figure. Elsa? Anna? Mike? Wait, I don't know any Mike, silly me, ahahaha. Olaf started guessing the person's name before laughing at his own joke. What's this? A talking snowman? You're worthy as an ingredient. The figure's old voice croaked as Olaf understood what the figure said and started panicking. Ingredient? You're cooking me. Wait, no. After a moment of realization, it was already too late as the figure's scrawny hands were already picking him up from the ground. But I'll melt. I'm a snowman, remember? Olaf tried to reason his way out, and at the same time, he could finally see the face of the figure in front of him. Olaf saw that it was an old man, grinning at him. The old man has a few scars on his face and is missing a few teeth. What caught Olaf's attention was the large scar on the old man's neck, as if someone just tried to slice his neck and survived to tell the tale. Ew, no offense, but you'll be part of my no-hugs list along with Jin, because he left me here alone. Olaf pouted and said, making the old man laugh. You do know how to make a joke. Tell me, Olaf. Who is this Jin? Is he unique? Or just a normal human? As the old man asked, his tone got excited when he mentioned the word unique before turning into disgust when he mentioned the word human. One of my rules is to never snitch on my friends. You'll never get anything out of my mouth. Olaf pointed his stick hand towards the old man, and after he finished his sentence, the old man suddenly plucked his stick arm out of his body before snapping it in half after gripping on it very tight. Gasp! Ah! The pain! It hurts! My hand! Olaf panicked and screamed in pain before returning to his usual self as if nothing just happened. Wait, I actually felt nothing. That's pretty cool. Hey mister, would you mind finding me another arm? I kind of feel uncomfortable without my left arm. Olaf laughed in joy before kindly asking the old man, the same man that broke his stick arm. You're one annoying little fella. Don't worry, soon you'll become one of my ingredients and perhaps, I could finally attain true immortality. The old man manically laughed before grabbing his old-looking cane that was leaning on a nearby tree before limping away from the area. Help! Help me! Someone just kidnapped me. He's an old man without any teeth. He's probably a vampire that got his teeth pulled out. Olaf started panicking and yelling for help before calming down and whispering the last sentence to himself in curiosity. A few miles away from Olaf, Tigris and Elsa were riding on their horse when Tigris's ears suddenly perked up and picked up Olaf's voice. There! Hiya! Tigris pointed towards the east before picking up the speed. After hearing Tigris and feeling the sudden increase of speed, Elsa quickly held tight on Tigris's torso and couldn't help but feel the hardness of her abs. I didn't know women could also have this. I thought only men do. Elsa wondered to herself. Maybe she should start working out? No, one thing I hate the most is being drenched in sweat. Perhaps that's the reason why I have ice powers. Elsa said and chuckled to herself as the horse suddenly stopped in its tracks. What happened? Tigris wondered in surprise as she noticed that the horse was not moving an inch, as if time had stopped on the horse. Hold it right there, ladies. Suddenly, the old man carrying Olaf in his arms came out of the tree, looking at them menacingly. Olaf! Olaf was the first thing Elsa saw and quickly called out to him. Elsa? Thank God, I'm finally saved. Help me, Elsa, this old man took my arm. I can't give hugs anymore. Olaf shouted back and saved, waving his remaining stick arm. Elsa, stay here. I have a bad premonition on this old man. Tigris squinted her eyes at the old man and warned Elsa. I can help. Elsa said. However, Tigris didn't listen to her and slowly approached the old man. In fact, the reason was not because she cared for Elsa's safety, but because Tigris felt like she finally found a worthy opponent that could make her go all out without feeling that she was being spared. Sniff. Oh, you sneaky little bastard. I didn't think that there's still more of your species in this world, you beast. The old man suddenly sniffed and grinned madly towards Tigris. He threw Olaf away as if he didn't care about him anymore. Luckily, Elsa arrived in time to catch all of his body parts. Nice catch. Oh, watch out on my butt. Olaf complimented Elsa's catch before panicking and yelling as he witnessed his butt landing towards them. Thankfully, Elsa reacted in time and jumped away. Phew! I thought I would have to walk without my butt. Wait, how is that even possible? Olaf used his right stick arm to wipe off the imaginary sweat on his forehead before asking himself in confusion. What do you mean by that? Back to the battle, Tigris asked as she got ready to transform any moment now and pounced on the skinny-looking old man in front of her. I could still remember how I ate their flesh after cooking them. They couldn't stand a chance against me. The old man then started turning black and threw the cane away. His wrinkles started disappearing and was replaced by a smooth grey skin. Horns were slowly emerging from his foreheads. Tails grew from behind, slashing the ground with great force. All these years, I thought I would have to live a mundane life for the rest of my life. Thankfully I met you. I would have fun torturing you, and this time, I won't make a mistake and breed more of your kind. The previous old man has now turned into a 10 feet tall demon with a black and grey skin. Red tattoos were drawn across his chest, making a menacing appearance. He's a demon. Is he like Jinn? Tigris wondered, and she was suddenly snapped out of her thoughts when the demon suddenly appeared in front of her with his fists cocked back. Stay down, beast! The demon madly cackled as he launched a devastating blow towards Tigris. The demon was simply too fast for Tigris to react, so she could only use her forearms to block the punch. Hopefully it would be enough. Boom! Tigris's body was blown away as she grimaced in pain. She felt her arms weaken and turn numb. As her body slammed and landed on the ground, a cloud of dust formed around the area. The demon just cracked his fist and looked around. From the looks of it, he wanted to play with Tigris instead of going all out. Come out, little kitty! The demon called out, something that he shouldn't have said as Tigris turned red from madness and quickly finished her transformation to her beastly form, using the clouds of dust as a cover. Whoosh! Tigris suddenly emerged from the cloud of dust, making the demon turn around and face her rushing kick. There you are. The demon raised his palm to block Tigress's kick. Remembering that she shouldn't underestimate the enemy in front of her, Tigress's paws turned in bright gold, infusing her chi on her paws to increase its strength and force. The demon frowned when he noticed this. This is the first time he saw someone using an unknown energy that he hasn't heard of from a mere beast. As far as he knows, beasts only know how to physically fight, not use any other fighting methods. Unfortunately for him, it was too late for him to dodge, so he could only tank the chi-infused paw on his chest. Boom! The demon's feet remained on the ground and he merely skidded backwards from the sheer force of her paws. I admit, I wasn't expecting that. But this just makes everything more fun. Fine, let's use our powers, shall we? The demon grinned madly and said before raising his hand, inducing a purple liquid from his surroundings that slowly took the form of a trident that floats on top of his palm. A few miles away from them, Jin was flying in the air and searching for Olaf when he suddenly sensed something weird from afar. Jin's senses were leading him exactly to where he was sensing the feeling. What was that? Without hesitation, Jin decided to trust his feelings and quickly rushed towards the demon's location. Chapter 70, ch. 68, Demonic Energy. Back to the battle, Tigress had a bad premonition the moment she laid her eyes upon the purple trident. Several markings were engraved into its shaft. Its language is something that she doesn't have any knowledge of. I'm now certain that this is a devil. Tigress finally had enough evidence in her sight to prove that she's not facing a normal being, but a supernatural being called a devil. Before coming here, she was also warned about devils, angels, and the so-called heroes of justice from Jin. However, just because the devils are the personification of evil itself, that doesn't mean the angels are the personification of kindness. Because angels and heroes of justice only follows one man, and that is God, and since God is always unavailable to talk to, they would follow the order of Archangel Michael, God's rumored favorite angel. Now, why are they not the personification of kindness, you may ask? That's because they would only serve justice as they see fit. Which means the justice that the angels have are only based on their own perspective. For example, if they saw a person accidentally killing someone to defend himself, the angels and heroes of justice would instead give punishment to the killer who was only defending himself from harm. Back to the battle, Tigress just got in her stance when the devil suddenly flashed before her, slashing his ominous trident towards her chest. Damn it! Knowing that she can't dodge the slash, Tigress could only helplessly watch as the trident's sharp edges were nearing her chest. Just as Tigress waited for the pain, Tigress only felt the best of cold air, flashing by her side. Hey! Vexed, Tigress opened her eyes just to see a large ice wall shielding her from the trident. Tigress! Elsa called out to her as her arms were outstretched and cold mist were smoking out of her palms. Elsa! Tigress sighed in relief after seeing her. She felt like she was on the verge of death, and even though she wanted to experience it, that doesn't mean she wanted to kill herself. I got your back. Elsa assured her. However, the devil behind the ice wall simply punched the ice wall out of existence. Bam! Crash! Wonderful, a beast and the devil was about to say the word sorcerer when he suddenly started sniffing in the air. Sniff! I smell a spirit on you, little girl. Are you perhaps the last fifth spirit? Looks like it is my lucky day. I will finally be able to capture an elemental spirit. The devil yelled in excitement as his grip on his purple trident tightened. Back away, Elsa! Don't let him get close to you. Tigress went into her tiger stance and warned Elsa, who nodded her head seriously and stepped back a few steps. This time, it is a serious fight, unlike when they fought Jin. In this battle, there's a chance that they would die if they make terrible decisions or make a mistake. Jin, where are you? Tigress hoped in her heart, as she knew that this fight is not something that she could handle by herself. At the same time, this is a good opportunity to get strong, so she's both hoping that Jin would save her, while at the same time, she wants Jin to delay a few more minutes so she could fight the devil in her full strength. Is that fear, that I am smelling? The devil pointed his trident towards Tigress and Elsa. As much as I hate the smell of fear as it reminds me of that useless wolf, but if it's coming from a beast, then I have no complaints. The devil grinned and said, dropping a slight information about a certain wolf. The devil then flashed out of existence, making Tigress widen her eyes and quickly turned around to warn Elsa. Else. However, it was already too late. The devil is already standing in front of Elsa, his trident slowly inching towards Elsa's neck, ready to decapitate her. Elsa's reaction was also delayed as she's only human, after all. Her reaction isn't like that as Tigress, so her brain is still registering that the devil is in front of her. Clang! Just as Tigress wanted to close her eyes as she can't bear to see Elsa get sliced by the trident when they suddenly heard a clanking of chains. The devil's ears perked up as he suddenly sensed a danger from his current position. So, he abandoned his assault and quickly backed away just in time for two red and sharp blades to slice the air in front of Elsa and smashed on the ground, throwing Elsa off balance. Who is it? The devil quickly stared at the dust that slowly settled in. Clank! As soon as the cloud of dust faded away, it finally revealed Jin's devil form menacingly staring at the devil as his eyes were glowing red. On his arms were Elsa who had fallen unconscious. A mere pest dares to touch my women. Devil Jin's deep and creepy voice irked Tigress and Olaf as they felt a shudder on their spine. Meanwhile, Tigress sighed in relief as her body flops down on the ground. She felt extremely exhausted from the small fight that she had. She also realized just how far her strength is from the true fighters in the multiverse. An angel? No. You're a hybrid. The devil once again sniffed the air as he watched Jin cautiously. Sure, he didn't expect to meet a beast in the fifth element, but this is a different thing as it is impossible for a hybrid to land in this world. After all, hybrids are already extinct. I could smell both the scent of an angel and a devil on you. I can't tell if you're a devil hybrid or something. The devil said in confusion. After all, but referring as hybrid, what he actually means is a half devil and half other species such as human or elf. This is actually the first time he saw a same devil like him but has the scent of an angel, which made the devil arrive at a conclusion that Jin is a hybrid of a devil and an angel. I answer to no one. But if you want to know the answer, then you could do so after you meet death. Devil Jin used his chi to make Elsa's body float and guide her towards Tigress before taking both of his blades of havoc, spun them by his sides, acting similar to a certain bull. Death? That's a first. Every foe that I fought has already met her, except for me. The devil answered before his muscles contracted and assumed a throwing stance. Seeing that the devil is planning to throw his trident, Jin decides to be ahead of him and throws both of his blades of havoc towards the devil. Humph! The devil simply released a deep breath before ignoring the blades that are coming towards him and instead, focused on his current goal, which is to strike Jin right to his heart. Although he was curious about Jin and wanted to know more about him and his hybrid kind, however he also knows how dangerous Jin's existence is and if possible, he must kill him as soon as possible before his situation gets worse. Clang! Just as the blades of havoc were already near him, the devil finally threw his trident that immediately turned into a blur, and it didn't even take a single second before it reappeared in the middle of their battlefield. Right as the trident appears back, it suddenly convulses and makes two more tridents using its own body, ignoring the blades of havoc that are already in front of the devil. Now, it's only a matter of whose weapon gets to their opponent first. Skolke. Unfortunately for the devil, Jin's blades of havoc arrived first and pierced through the devil's chest, before the blades stopped and got stuck in the middle of the devil's chest. But the devil's face seemed to feel nothing and just grinned madly as Jin tried to dodge the trident, but it was already too late and the trident pierced through his chest, causing a lot of blood to drop from the hole on his chest. Boom! The trident then landed on the ground behind him, destroying everything in its path in the process. Blood dripped from Jin's lips, making Tigress yelp in shock and was about to run to help him when Jin gave her a look that tells her to not move from her position. How does it feel? It's a miracle you're still standing straight after that. After all, everyone who touched my trident never lived to see the sun. Unfortunately for you, you're too careless to let my trident pierce you. The devil commented as he was about to remove the blades of havoc in his chest when Jin suddenly responded to him. Careless? It's all according to my plan. Jin said with a wide smirk as his grip on his chains tightened, and before the devil could register the meaning behind his words, red aura smoothly glowed around the blades of havoc in his chest, making the devil feel a slight chill as red lines started appearing on his body that seems to be flowing towards the blades. The said red aura then started traveling through the chains and arrived in Jin's forearms. The red aura then started seeping into his arms, seeming as if the red aura was being absorbed by him. At the same time, red lines appeared on the large hole in Jin's chest and started flowing around smoothly. At the same time, under everyone's shocked eyes, the large hole in Jin's chest that could kill almost anyone, started closing up and healing back to its previous look. Chapter 71, ch 69, Trouble. Impossible. The devil muttered in disbelief as he slowly felt his demonic energy being drained from him. In order to stop this, the devil quickly grabbed both of the blades on his chest and yanked them out of his chest, causing some blood to spurt out of its wound. Breathing heavily, the devil then finally breathed in relief and healed the large gaping hole on his chest using his remaining demonic energy. This is one of Devil Jin's skills, which is the one he also used to eliminate Kai completely. By absorbing his enemy's energy, Jin would be able to use the stolen energy for his own use. What Jin did here was an improvised version of it. Thanks to Master Oogway's techniques that are embedded in his mind, Jin was able to formulate a brand new technique that he made for himself, which is to siphon on his enemy's energy with the help of his blades of havoc. Obviously, such a technique is too overpowered. Unfortunately, such a technique has only one limit, which is the user's body strength. Whether it is demonic energy or chi energy, absorbing too much energy would cause the body to break down if it can't handle it. Jin's body isn't that capable of absorbing so much energy yet, so he could only siphon energy to fill his capacity and heal his injuries or increase his strength. That was delicious. Jin waved the blades back to his hand. I have to be careful, that thing is dangerous. In the devil's mind, he thought that Jin's weapon was the reason why his energy was siphoned and absorbed by him, so the devil stayed cautious this time. How about we step up this game? Jin said, and without waiting for the devil's response, Jin threw both of his blades once again, but this time, instead of rushing towards the devil, the blades of havoc suddenly curved while in midair before slashing itself on the ground, forming a full circle around them. Jin then conjured a flame on his hand and threw it towards the sunk line that he formed around them, causing the flames to spread on the circle like a gasoline. I see. So you want this battle to be face to face, huh? I like that. The devil looked around and saw the raging flames surrounding them. Although he could probably escape his way out of here with ease since the flames aren't that dangerous to him, however he could understand Jin's intention, so he respected it and stayed inside the circle. Good choice. Jin grinned and said, before once again spinning his blades by the chains, creating a menacing sound as the tip of the blades were slashing on the ground. The devil then spun his trident around his arms before settling in with pointing the trident towards Jin. For the next few seconds, both devils just eyed each other, wanting to size up their strengths just by looking. Unfortunately, the devil doesn't have any patience after all. Patience is one of the heavenly virtues, something a devil like him shouldn't have. Rah! Deciding to keep his weapon close to him lest he was caught off guard, the devil flashed towards Jin, creating a sonic boom across the field. Outside the circle flame, Tigress carried Elsa by her arms as she watched Jin parry the devil's strike using his blades of havoc. Jin, please be careful. Tigress muttered in worry. As of now, she must take Elsa somewhere safe and come back here to see if she could do anything to help. Tigress trusted Jin enough that he won't be defeated by the devil. She then took Elsa on the horse along with Olaf and waved the reins. As much as she wanted to stay for Jin and help him, however she knew that she would only be a burden to him, so she chose to leave and come back later just in case Jin is having a hard time fighting the devil. Back to the fight, Jin and the devil were exchanging blows, parrying each strike and using techniques to take down their opponent. You know, this is the longest fight I ever had. I, Aseroth, commend you. The devil, now known as Aseroth, declared loudly to Jin. Should I feel honored then? Jin replied as he calmly waved his blades back and forth. I've been studying all of your moves, inside my mind, I'm already making counters for them. Aseroth grinned in victory as he spun his trident again and assumed a stance. Is that so? I guess you haven't seen all of them yet. Jin shrugged his shoulders and replied before his eyes glowed in red and hot glazing red beams spurted out of his eye sockets, destroying everything in its path. Zim. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Aseroth said in defeat before sidestepping, though the beam was fast but he was much faster. Before Aseroth could even respond, the laser beam suddenly moved and struck him in the chest, getting him off guard. Boom! The area around Aseroth was blasted into pieces as Aseroth's body took the full blunt of the laser beams. Rapidly depleting his energy reserves, Jin stopped releasing his beams anymore as the consumption of it each second is very enormous. He's not Superman whose blood cells are full of sun rays each, he's just using his energy reserves. Cough, cough. Surprisingly, among the clouds of dust, Aseroth's figure stood up and started coughing in pain. Vat glurts. Aseroth's voice gurgled and painfully said. The laser beam just now has actually hit his throat, rendering him unable to speak normally for the meantime. Thank God. I hate hearing your annoying voice. Jin prayed to God and muttered in gratefulness. Jin, finish the fight early. Stop playing around now. Unexpectedly, God heard him and appeared in front of him as he replied in a warning tone. The area around him stopped in time as usual. What? Why? Is there a problem? Jin snapped out of his character and asked in seriousness. Remember when I told you about heroes of justice and such? And how they could sense demonic power in a universe? Yes. Jin replied in an unsure tone. They sense the demonic energy in this universe and now they're on their way here to scan and search. Hearing God's words, Jin suddenly froze. He hasn't met them yet, however, he believes in God when he says that he can't take them on yet. Can I win if I fight them? Jin asked. 5 heroes of justice and 10 angels. A single angel is as strong as Aseroth over there, and don't get me started on a hero of justice. God said, making Jin laugh dryly. It's not like he's having a hard time fighting Aseroth, but he's truly a troublesome individual, and fighting 15 of someone as strong as him? Perhaps running away and escaping is not that cowardly. It's called a strategic move. Just go and take out Aseroth over there and let me handle hiding you in another universe. Another universe? What do you mean by that? Do I have to stay there for long? What about Tigris and Rapunzel? Can I bring them with me? Jin barraged God with several questions as God calmly answered them one by one. Yes, in another universe, and you won't have to stay that long. You're just hiding after all, and besides, the universe I'm bringing you to is your next destination after this universe, so it doesn't hurt to build a small background there in the meantime. As for Tigris and Rapunzel, I suggest you don't bring them with you. The next world is a bit dangerous for them, and being chased and searched by the heroes of justice and angels isn't a good idea for them. God answered all of his questions in a single breath before continuing. They would have to stay here in the meantime, and don't worry, I would tell them about your temporary leave. It won't take long unless the angels make a thorough search in every corner of this universe. After hearing God's answer, Jin sighed in relief, and although he felt bad for leaving Tigris and Rapunzel in the meantime, however, this is for their safety. He didn't expect to find a devil here after all. How long is my hiding? Maybe 3 to 5 days. God replied to his question. How about here? Is there any time dilation between 2 universes? Jin asked the most crucial question. 1 month per day. So 3 to 5 months will pass here while you're in another universe. Alright, that doesn't sound bad. Thanks for the warning. Jin said before God disappears and time resumes again. Nagloi si. Aseroth felt offended by what Jin said to him, and before he could heal himself with his demonic energy so he could continue the fight, 2 red blades suddenly embedded on his chest. Sorry, you would have to die earlier than expected. Jin's figure suddenly flashed behind him as he whispered slight, loud enough for Aseroth to hear. In this position, Jin could hear a voice shouting inside his mind. Finish him. Smiling at his childishness, Jin then kicked Aseroth's back while pulling the chains of the blades, causing the blades to snap back to him and slice Aseroth in half. Khak! Aseroth suddenly felt his vision turning upside down, not knowing that his entire chest was sliced in half and is now falling on the ground. Fatality! Jin said inside his mind after taking his blades of havoc back. Just in time, Jin. They're already here. God said before Jin flashed in bright light. Soon after the bright light flashed, a slice in space suddenly appeared, and 15 figures suddenly emerged from the large hole. Chapter 72, ch 70, Elsa's POV. Elsa's POV. Ever since Jin came into my life, so many things have changed. My sister and I were finally together again, playing and communicating with each other. Telling her of my powers lifted a huge burden in my shoulders, all thanks to Jin, although it was accidental. However, I could somehow feel like what happened that day was planned by him. I don't have anything to prove it yet, but I just have the feeling. I'm also finally able to partially control my ice magic, and it won't take long before I could finally remove the ice I accidentally put inside Anna's head. Jin's personality is a bit weird. It's like he was casual about everything, but at the same time, he's very observant of his surroundings, like he was hiding something from me. The way Jin looks and stares at me feels like he already knows me. It's a bit weird for him to have 2 women at the same time, and those are Tigress and Rapunzel. Although Papa told me it's normal for royalties to have more than 1 woman, he also told me that it also forms conflicts among women. And by the looks of Tigress and Rapunzel, they seem fine to me, as if they see each other not as a rival for Jin's love, but as sisters like me and Anna. The day we sparred, I finally realized one of his secrets. He didn't tell us what he is, but from what I've read, having horns on your forehead and wings are called a devil. Devils are said to be extinct creatures, and if there is one, then chaos and destruction would roam the world. But from what I can see from Jin, he's anything but that. He's kind, handsome, brave, strong, least but not the least, he's not like any other men who are said to be lustful creatures. Mama warned me about them back when I was 16. She told me that I'm nearing my proper age and that I would have to find my partner, as it is frowned upon for princesses to not be betrothed to someone. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but think of Jin as his face suddenly flashed in my mind. Hold it off, Elsa. He's already married to someone, according to Tigress. Isn't it bad to be with someone that is already married? But what about true love then? Mama said that true love isn't just a simple love that you can get by love at first sight. She said that true love is more than that. I hope I would find my true love someday, and I wish it would someone like Jin. I can't help but set him as my standard for men. If my suitors aren't as strong and charming like him, then I would stay single for a long time. That's all for now, and I hope this moment will stay forever. To me, this is the best day of my life. Olaf has gone missing after we escaped from the forest, so we all tried to search for him. It didn't take long for me and Tigress to find Olaf being carried around by a mysterious old man. My body just shuddered when I saw the glimpse of the old man's purple eyes. It seems as if he's not as good as he looks. And it turns out, I was right. The old man suddenly turned into a large grotesque creature after meeting with Tigress. I can't tell the reason behind their sudden fight, however I would be on Tigress' side, so the moment I saw that she was in danger, I didn't hesitate to reveal my ice powers and made an ice wall between the two of them. I saw how shocked the devil was before turning his attention to me. He told me something about me being a fifth spirit. However, since I have no idea about what he was saying, I decided to ignore him and try to attack him with my ice powers. However, the devil was simply too fast. I didn't even manage to react when his trident was already in front of me. My life flashed before my eyes, my plays with Anna when we were kids, my mama singing me her lullaby every night and papa, telling her a story about the mythical enchanted forest. In this simple amount of time, I managed to remember everything I didn't throughout my life, so with a final goodbye to her family, I closed my eyes, waiting for my impending death. Perhaps, she should have confessed to Jin before this. She finally realized that he's the one he's meant to be with. Even with their small interactions, I could already feel my heart beating for him. Clang! Suddenly, I heard the sound of chains rushing towards my position. Opening my eyes, I suddenly lost balance due to the sudden earthquake around me. The last thing I remember before I fell unconscious was warm arms enveloping me, giving me a sense of safety and security. Slowly opening my eyes, I was met with the ceiling of my bedroom. Shocked, I suddenly tried to stand up. However, I suddenly heard Mama and Papa's voice. "Don't stand yet, Elsa." Her mama, Iduna, told her. "Elsa, you should rest back in your bed." Her papa, Agnar, said to her. What happened?" I asked, as I have no idea how I ended up in my bedroom. "Jin saved you, Elsa. Tigris brought you back here," Mama said to me as she sat near me and started caressing my face. "We almost lost you, Elsa. I don't want you to put yourself in danger like that," Mama said in worry as I could feel tears streaming down my eyes. This is the first time I actually felt grateful to be alive. Back then, when I accidentally struck Anna and was kept away from her. There are my dark times where I tried to take my own life as I deemed myself a monster and unnecessary to the world. Thankfully, Mama and Papa were there to save me. "Thank God, Jin arrived on time and saved you." Agnar patted Iduna's shoulder as he spoke. "What about Jin? Where is he now?" Remembering that she felt warm arms enveloping her before she fell unconscious, I finally came to realize that it was Jin that arrived and saved me when I was already at death's doorstep. "That's what Tigris wants to talk with you. She'll be here shortly," Iduna said, and just in time she finished her sentence, the door was blasted open and Tigris arrived along with my sister, Anna. And there's also Olaf, who was slowly walking inside with his head down. "Elsa, you're awake." Anna immediately ran towards me and threw herself over me. Thud. "Calm down, Anna. I'm still alive, you see," I said to her as Anna was sniffing and crying over my dress. "I thought I lost you. When I hear what happened, I just want to get there and smack Jin for not arriving earlier to save you," Anna said and ferociously threatened as I chuckled. "Before I speak about Jin, I would like to thank you for saving me back there. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what would have happened to me, perhaps my corpse would be laying on the ground." Tigris slightly bowed her head and thanked me. I feel touched by her words and I can't help but feel that it is good saving people. Even without being paid, their words of gratitude to her is enough. "So, about Jin?" I asked slowly as Tigris sighed and gestured for my sister and parents to leave, including Olaf. Without hesitation, they all left before giving me words like "get well" and words like that. "Before I speak, promise me that anything we speak of will stay in this room, okay?" Tigris sat on the chair beside her and seriously said to me as she stared at my eyes. Gulping in nervousness, I quickly nodded my head as this is the first time I actually saw Tigris's serious stare. She felt like she was suffocating just by staring at her eyes. Tigris then proceeded to tell me everything about Jin. How he is an agent of God himself to avoid the Great War and that he can't fight alone. He needed companions. And finally, where he is right now. I received a message from God about Jin. Unfortunately, the fight has caused him injuries and slight disturbance in the multiverse, attracting dangerous individuals that would definitely take Jin's life once they saw him. So he would have to temporarily hide in another universe before the surge calms down. After hearing Tigress, I could only stare at her in shock. My jaw was dropped from everything I just heard from her. To be honest, what she said sounds fake, however, since it came out from her mouth, then I have no choice but to truly believe the words that she said. So, Jin is okay? I asked and Tigress nodded her head. Thank God, Jin is okay. Meanwhile, in another universe, Jin was running away as he was being chased by several humans carrying torches. Monster! One of the humans yelled. I saw him fall out of the sky with horns and wings. He must be one of those monsters. A kid with scrawny arms yelled as he was carrying a pitchfork. Where the fuck was I brought to? Jin yelled inside his mind as he continued to run. He wanted to fly with his wings, however that would just prove their assumptions correct. He also can't use chi, as flying would also be the same as what will happen if he flies with his wings. The same goes if he runs so fast that he would become a blur. As for killing them, he's not a cold-blooded killer, and besides, there's children among them. So, for now, he could only run and run until the humans became exhausted from chasing him. God told him to make a good background here, and he can't have a background where he's chased and wanted by humans. It's not the best way to start your background in another universe. Chapter 73, ch 71, Vampires and Helsings. It didn't take long for Jin to lose his chasers. He sighed in relief after seeing that he's finally alone in the forest. Seriously, why would have thought that the moment I get here, I would suddenly be chased by a bunch of guys with torches and pitchforks? Jin said to himself as he started walking and resumed his interrupted journey. As Jin was walking around randomly without any sense of destination, he started to analyze his current world. Since everyone called him a monster earlier and he could see that they were adamant in killing him, Jin arrived at a single conclusion. Monsters exist here, and from the looks of it, they really have bad blood against each other. Jin muttered after a few seconds of observation and analyzation. He also saw how the humans were dressed earlier, which confirmed one of Jin's suspicions. I'm not in modern world but something similar to Rapunzel and Elsa's world, so I'm somehow in a medieval era once again, Jin muttered to himself before focusing on his current goal for now, which is to find a civilization. Since he's already caught by the people chasing him earlier, then he would obviously have to avoid them and make sure he would not end up in their village or something. A few minutes of continuous walking, almost everywhere he walks, all Jin sees are trees and grasses, to the point that he felt like he didn't just change worlds. Hopefully, something entertaining will happen soon, Jin said, and what happened next made him regret his words as he suddenly heard a sound of swords and steel clashing upon each other. Hurriedly arriving at the location of the fight, Jin saw several knights using swords and shields to fight against 5 individuals that had elongated nails and fearful expressions, as if they were scared of the humans in front of them. Those guys remind me of vampires, though I don't think they're supposed to be scared of humans. After all, they are the apex predators at this time. Jin muttered to himself as he watched how the humans started overpowering the vampires after several more human reinforcements came and helped in defeating the 5 vampires. Looking at the scene, Jin can't help but sigh in disappointment. This is the first time he saw vampires not only afraid of humans but also losing to them. Should I help them? But that would risk my plans of staying low in this world and becoming just a normal passerby. As Jin was thinking to himself, someone already arrived in the scene, and what he did next showed that he's on the side of the vampires. Vlad. I knew you would show yourself up eventually. Thankfully my plan worked this time. Among the knights, a certain individual stood out among them. His entire appearance screams royalty and revenge. Ah! Helsing, my friend, I didn't expect to see you still alive today. I thought you died last week. A handsome black-haired and tall man with a few wrinkles on his face, known as Vlad, replied to the noble's words. I am not your friend. I am here to avenge my ancestor and erase your race's existence from this world. Helsing gritted his teeth and refuted violently before taking out a bow with a silver-coated tip arrow. It is time for your end, once and for all, Vlad. I will end you here and your entire family, including your son, Dracula. He will become a threat like you in the future, so I have to eliminate him while he's still weak. Helsing arrogantly said as he pointed his bow and arrow towards Vlad. Blah, blah blah. Helsing, you talk too much. I've been hearing the same words for the past 30 years, and guess what? It was your son that died instead, ha 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 ha. Vlad replied casually and rebutted him before laughing loudly. Arg! I swear I'll kill you today, Vlad. Helsing yelled in anger as he was reminded of his son's death again. Under his anger, Helsing pulled the string back before releasing them. So long, Vlad. Helsing smirked in victory after seeing that his arrow was already close to Vlad's figure. This is too slow even for an old man like me. Vlad jokingly said and was the only one who laughed at his own joke. Vlad then simply looked at the incoming silver arrow and his eyes glowed in green, stopping the arrow mid-air. That was too easy, come on, Helsing. I'm sure this isn't what you just came up with after all these years. Vlad laughed and jokingly mocked as Helsing wasn't discouraged, in fact he was smiling from ear to ear. You are right, Vlad. I'm more genius than you think. Helsing smirked and said as Vlad squinted his eyes at him, not noticing that the tip of the silver-closed arrow was shaking a bit. Without anyone but Helsing who noticed, the tip of the arrow suddenly exploded, causing several very small but sharp silver needles exploding everywhere, causing great injury among the 5 vampires around Vlad. Ha ha ha! How is that, Vlad? Tell me, how does it feel to bleed for the first time by none other than a human that you looked down upon? Helsing yelled in victory as he used one of the knights as a shield from the explosion of the silver needles. Although it is very effective to the likes of vampires, however it is still a sharp needle, so it could still hurt him if he's in the vicinity of the explosion. Meanwhile, Vlad just touched his own face, feeling the blood on his fingers. His entire body was full of silver needles that could almost count to 100 small silver needles. I bled. Vlad muttered in surprise as his face finally started twitching. For thousands of years, his fight with the Helsings never stopped. He fought generation after generation of Helsings, but never once did they manage to cause him injury, not to mention to make him bleed. This is the first time in history. It took Vlad a few more minutes to register that he bled before his hair started floating while eyes were glowing in red from anger. You made me bleed, Otger Helsing. In an instant, Vlad appeared in front of Helsing, whose full name is Otger Helsing as Vlad has called him. Otger suddenly found himself being choked by Vlad as his eyes were glowing in red. Just as Otger wanted to call the knights for some help, he suddenly noticed that they were staying in their place without moving an inch. Green aura was surrounding them. It might seem overpowered to be able to do this so casually, however only Vlad knew how much this kind of technique consumes his energy, especially the stronger the target the more energy is needed to consume to maintain such pausing technique. Which is the reason he and Dracula in the movies barely used this kind of ability. You do bleed, Vlad. I guess you are not as strong as you claim to be, he he he. Despite being the one in disadvantage as his life is literally being held by Vlad. Ha ha ha, another Helsing will fall under my hands. How many is it by now? 15? 20? Although he is being insulted and mocked by the person in front of him, Vlad stayed calm as he knew that you can only call yourself a victor once you defeated your opponent, and by the looks of this situation, he is the victory one here. Meanwhile, Jin just stayed and hid behind a tree. What he is expecting right now is probably something that will go down in history, and he would be the first human to witness it and live to tell the story. How exciting is that? As much as he wanted to interrupt and save Otger Helsing, however, the moment he saw how Vlad could stop the time of someone and put them on hold in their place as if the time for them has stopped except for their surroundings. Obviously, I cannot resist that type of ability, right? Just as Jin was a bit down of having someone stronger than him, he suddenly heard God's voice inside his head. Don't be so shallow, Jin. That kind of ability obviously has large limitations. I assure you that nothing will happen to you as you are more stronger than you think. Hearing God's words made Jin sigh in relief. He thought he would really have to settle with a poor background here, as much as he likes being Loki. However, seeing that there are such strong beings in this world, made Jin finally decide that he wanted to have a good background in this world so he could interact more with the likes of Vlad. I wonder what kind of universe is this? Such individual can't be in such a weak world, right? And I heard that he has a son named Dracula, so this is obviously a vampire theme movie. Jin then started turning on the gears in his head as he analyzed everything about his previous world and this world. Since almost everything is related to animation movies and such, then the same probably goes to this world. I don't remember much about vampire movies except for a few like Twilight or Hotel Transylvania. Suddenly, Jin stopped in his thoughts as he smiled and finally knew what world he is in. No wonder he told me to make myself a background here, as I'm too far away from the canon since Dracula is still a child here. Jin slapped his forehead and said to himself before being more determined to make himself an incredible background in this world, he wants his name to be included in history itself. Chapter 74, ch. 72, Meeting the Dracula Family. With a single stare from Vlad, Otter's head went 360 degrees, taking his life without any hindrance. That's when Jin decided to take the opportunity to make his presence known by the vampire. No wonder people fear you, Vlad. Jin went out of the shadow of a tree as he spoke while his eyes stared at Vlad's eyes with mystery. Obviously, to have a great background, the easiest way is to be a mysterious individual that will attract curiosity from the people. May I know who you are? Vlad's senses were telling him that Jin is not an ordinary individual, so he politely asked, maintaining a neutral attitude with Jin. Jin's my name. You can call me that. I'm just an ordinary guy who just wants to explore the world and discover everything it has to offer. Jin introduced himself coolly. Jin, would you mind having a cup of tea with me? Grinning from ear to ear, Vlad was starting to like Jin's character. Such a person with a dangerous aura around him calling himself an ordinary guy is definitely not an ordinary guy. Oh, tea. I love tea. You wouldn't mind having a taste of my own blend, right? I have a couple of tea blends that I would like for others to try out. Jin's eyebrows and ear perked up like some kind of dog and offered with a smile. That's very interesting. Sure, follow me. Answering him, Vlad wanted to test Jin a little if he is truly a strong person to have such an aura around him. Phew. Turning into a small bat, Vlad kept flapping his wings and looked at Jin before saying, "Try to keep up, ordinary guy." Vlad said in irony before flapping his wings intensely and flew in the air as his small figure was watched under the eyes of the vampires and the knights who were finally freed from the time-pausing technique. Jin simply smirked, and under everyone including Vlad's shocked eyes, Jin floated up from the ground without any support before reaching Vlad's altitude. Not so ordinary now, are we? Vlad chuckled and said before getting speed and flashed away from his current position. Oh, you're on. Feeling challenged, Jin used his eyes and meticulously searched for Vlad's bat figure. The moment his eyes laid on him, Jin smiled and used large reserves of his chi to not only match Vlad's speed but also to burst his speed and suddenly arrive beside Vlad. How's it going? Jin smirked in victory as he saw Vlad's shocked eyes on him before turning into an excited grin. Let's see if you can keep up this time. Vlad said before looking up and took off further up in the skies. Jin then followed suit and chased Vlad, who stopped right exactly near the Earth's atmosphere. Before Jin could reach Vlad's same altitude, Vlad suddenly turned into his vampire form and waved on Jin goodbye before letting the physics do its work and allowed the gravity to pull him downwards at great speed. Oh great! Jin rolled his eyes upon seeing this as he has to come into a full halt and deactivate his chi flight ability and let his body fall down back towards the ground. As both of their bodies were free falling in the air, Vlad noticed what Jin did as smiled before once again turning into a bat and flew in a certain direction while Jin used his chi flight and followed him again. I can't believe I'm actually having fun playing with a vampire that is older than me. Jin said to himself as he caught up with Vlad to have a small conversation. This time Vlad maintained his speed, letting Jin catch up with him. Not bad for a young man like you. Vlad complimented him after he caught up with him. Same goes to you, mind telling me where we are going? Jin replied with the same compliment before asking a question. We are going to my humble abode. I'm sure my son would like some company aside from an old man like me. Vlad replied to his question and chuckled. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a large inactive volcano, where they flew inside through the mouth of the volcano. Fortunately the volcano has long been inactive, so there's nothing left inside except for a dark and damp cave. Inside the cave, Jin saw a small boy playing with a few small pebbles. The moment the boy heard Vlad's bat form flapping his wings as he descended, the boy commented, "The old man's back." The boy rolled his eyes and monotonously said before dropping the pebbles on the ground and turned around. "Come on, Drac. Give your old man 2 cups made of rat skulls so I could share some tea with this friend of mine." Vlad turned back to his human form and immediately gave an order to Dracula. "Your friend?" Confused, Dracula turned his head on the side, and that's when he saw Jin descending on the ground and landed smoothly. "Wait, you have a friend?" Dracula said in shock. "How can you blame him? All these years that he has been living with his father, he never once saw him have friends with anyone except for some large bats. As far as he knows, the only thing Vlad knows is to sleep, suck human blood and terrorize a small village for fun, and now he's here with none other than who he called a friend, and not to mention, he also said that he would be drinking tea? But isn't your tea made of a mix of human and rat blood? I'm not sure the guy in front of me would like that tea. What are you staring and gaze at there at? We have a guest, Drac." Seeing that Dracula was stationary in his position and not moving an inch, Vlad finally yelled at him to make him snap out of his thoughts. "I know." Dracula yelled back before turning his attention back to Jin and spoke. And nice to meet you, my name is Count Dracula." Dracula stuttered while introducing himself. After all, this is the first time he actually talked to somebody else aside from his father. "I'll just go and get the cups." Dracula continued before walking away and entered one of the large holes on the wall. "As he grows older, he's getting more disrespectful. I should increase the intensity of his training, perhaps making him fly under the heat of the sun should do its job. He must have forgotten the rule of respecting his own father." Vlad muttered loud enough for Jin to hear. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that his father is not doing a good job as a father. Jin said. He was actually surprised that Vlad is training his son, though he's not that surprised since he quite expected it, as both father and son have powers, but what shocked him the most is that he would actually let him fly out under the sun? Their most brutal weakness. Either Vlad is a sadistic person or he's somehow just an incompetent and abusive father. "You're telling me that I'm a bad father?" Vlad felt offended by what Jin said, which caused him to stand up and menacingly stared at Jin. "No offense, but what I said is the truth. Perhaps you should make another approach in raising Dracula." Jin fearlessly stared at Vlad's eyes, who squinted his eyes in return. Vlad is actually using his hypnotization skill to manipulate Jin's mind, however, seeing that Jin's eyes weren't glowing like how it should be when he's using the skill. After a few minutes of awkward staring contest, Vlad finally gave up and slumped back to his seat and spoke to Jin in a very tired tone. "How am I supposed to do that? His mother died when she gave birth to him, leaving only me to take care of him. I don't know how to raise a child, so I just did like how my father raised me when my mother died." Vlad said. It looks like Vlad is indeed tired and doesn't know how to properly raise a child without his wife's guidance. "Then ask." Jin simply replied in 2 words. "Ask? Ask what?" Vlad asked. "Ask Dracula what he wants you to be. From what I can see, it is not yet too late to make up with him. Dracula is far more than just an average vampire. I can see that he will become someone great." Jin said as Vlad proudly stood up and said. Of course he will. He is my son and I'm proud of him. Then tell him that. The moment Jin said those words, Vlad immediately sat back down on his seat. Nope, that's too embarrassing even for me. Vlad sat back down and said, losing the pride towards his son that he had earlier. But you said it yourself, right? That you are proud of him, so there's no hurt in telling him that. You know, being a father isn't just a job that you have to do, it is your responsibility and your purpose in Dracula's life. Would your wife really like to hear that you abused your son under your care? No mother would want that, so man up and take your responsibility as a father to your son. Before Vlad could reply to his words, Jin continued. You said that you are just copying what your father did to you when you were under his care, right? After receiving a nod from Vlad, Jin then continued. Did you like it? Vlad then shook his head. Then don't repeat the same mistakes as he did to you. If you really don't know how to raise Dracula, then try to observe how others do it. Chapter 75, ch. 73, The Final War Between Humans and Monsters. For those who don't know, the world is Hotel Transylvania, but it is very far from canon, as you can see that Dracula is still a child here. Dash underscore 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 underscore. After Dracula brought the rat skull teacups, Jin was tempted to vomit. However, that would be disrespectful to Vlad and Dracula and would destroy his mysterious person persona, so he jugged it down and made his promised tea to Vlad. Ever since he got Iroha's template, he's always had this urge to keep tea leaves with him every time, which made him a tea addict or something. Don't even mention the fact that he can't start his morning without drinking his tea. This is jasmine tea, my favorite. Jin said as he used his fire-bending powers to heat up both of the cups and gave the other one to Vlad. Jasmine tea? This is the first time I've heard about it. Vlad commented as he drank the tea in one gulp, making Jin mentally shake his head in disappointment. Teas aren't supposed to be drunk down in one gulp, you're supposed to drink it slowly and savor the taste. Drinking a cup in one go would definitely make tea lovers frown on them. Vlad, you're supposed to drink it slowly, so you can savor the delicious aroma of the tea. Jin informed him before showing an example by drinking small bits of the tea before breathing out in satisfaction. Just like that. You follow me? Jin said while Vlad was deep in thought, and when he saw that his cup was empty, he sighed before speaking. Maybe next time. Vlad said as Dracula was standing behind him with complicated look in his eyes. Just as they were enjoying themselves in a cup of tea, a large bat suddenly flew inside while yelling with a loud and creepy voice. Pesky humans! Otter's son has called the attention of the king and launched a surprise attack on our settlement. Vlad, we must avenge our Brea then. The large bat said while landing in front of Vlad. Curse those Helsings! Don't they know how to just give up? Why do they breed like rabbits? Helsings kept appearing one after another. Vlad placed his cup down and said in reply before turning his head to Jin and asked. Jin, would you join us? It's time to teach those humans a lesson that they will never forget. He asked. However, seeing that Jin shook his head, Vlad sighed in disappointment before saying one last word. Then please watch over Dracula, I'll make this quick. Right after he said that, he then turned in his bat form and flew away, followed by the large bat that glared at Jin first before following suit. As the entire cave was left with only Jin and Dracula, a whole minute of awkward silence ensued them as Jin was the one to break off the awkward atmosphere. So, do you have anything interesting to do here? Jin asked while Dracula seemed to be stunned at first before panicking and quickly tried to search around for anything interesting to play with. Do you like to play some throwing stones? Dracula said with an awkward smile as Jin can't help but feel that Dracula looks cute while he's still young, unlike his older version where he looks like a creepy emo dude that is slowly entering his puberty. Though he's a bit socially awkward, however I can't blame him though, from what I can see. The only person Dracula could have any social interaction with is no one other than his father, Vlad. And does Vlad look like someone good to talk with? Jin could make a vague guess that the only thing Vlad probably talked about with Dracula is anything related to human killings or intense training that is enough to kill him, and anything related like that. If there is someone you would like to talk with, then Vlad would be the least of your choices. He would only be considered if the entire life forms on Earth except for him ceases to exist. It's not like Jin has any bad blood with Vlad, however from his small recent interactions with him earlier, Jin could already deduce many things about Vlad. Did he also mention that his breath stank? Toothbrush and toothpaste probably don't exist yet in this current time, however, there must be some kind of hygiene practice somewhere, right? I do like playing stones, however, I have something more fun. Jin replied as Dracula's eyes shone at the end of his words and immediately asked. What is it? Is it something more fun than throwing stones? Dracula asked as Jin replied. Yes, but first. Can you turn into your bat form? Jin asked, and after receiving a nod from Dracula, he continued. Well then, let's go and follow me. Jin said before levitating off the ground under Dracula's shocked eyes before ascending outside the volcano. Wait for me. Remembering that he was supposed to follow Jin, Dracula quickly turned into his bat form before following after Jin. Outside the volcano, Jin remained stationary in the air as he waited for Dracula to catch up with his current altitude. Where are we going? Dracula asked while staring at the wide forest. This is the first time he's outside his home without his father's permission. You see this stone right here? Jin asked and then showed Dracula a pebble in his hand. Dracula nodded his head in confirmation. The moment this pebble landed down on the ground, we raced from here to there. Jin explained while pointing at another mountain that is a few miles away from their current position. This was actually very fun to him, as when he chased after Vlad earlier, only then did that make him realize how exciting it is to fly and have a race with someone. Oh, I'm so gonna win. At this moment, Dracula was grinning widely in victory as he could already imagine himself stepping over Jin's defeated form as his face was full of pride. We'll see. Jin chuckled and replied before continuing. You ready? I am born ready. Dracula replied with a hint of thrill in his voice. All right then, make sure you watch the pebble carefully, okay? After giving one last piece of advice, Jin then dropped the pebble as they both kept their watchful eyes on the pebble, preparing themselves as the pebble was slowly inching towards the ground. Thanks to their enhanced eyesight, they could clearly see the direction of where the pebble is and where it is going to fall. Squinting their eyes, the moment the pebble finally landed on the ground, both Jin and Dracula quickly flashed away from their positions. Jin was leaning his body straight forward in order to decrease the air resistance, while Dracula, who doesn't have any idea about such things like air resistance and gravity, is flapping his wings madly, thinking that the harder he flapped his wings, the faster he would be. What the? However, Dracula was shocked when Jin flew past him like a rocket while waving his hand to him as a mock. So long, Drac. Dracula heard Jin's voice even though he's already quite far away from him, making Dracula grumble in irritation and anger. Here he was thinking that he was the fastest and could easily win from the race since he was confident in his speed. However, it didn't take long for Jin to crash all of his confidence without blinking an eye. After a few more minutes or so, Dracula finally reached the other mountain where Jin was lying on the ground with his front facing the skies. Dracula limply dragged his body over by his side while he was inhaling and exhaling before slumping off beside him. How was it? You had fun, right? Jin grinned while he asked. Yeah, but I wonder how fast my father is. I've never seen him use his full speed in his bat form. Dracula said with melancholy as he stared up at the beautiful night sky. His words actually have a meaning, which means that Vlad never truly gave time to his own son, and instead, he's probably always outside either hunting humans or playing around, only coming back to their home to rest or train Dracula so he could be as strong as his father. Oh no, dear Dracula, Vlad is really fast, like really fast. Jin immediately came up with a nickname for Dracula and exaggerated Vlad's capabilities, which caught Dracula's interest. So, you raced with him. How was it? Did you win or did he win? Dracula asked while his wide eyes were staring at Jin's eyes, urging Jin to hurry up and tell him already. No one. We both tied. As much as he wanted to say that Vlad won, however, he was a bit prideful, so he showed off from the infamous Count Dracula. Though if they really continued their race earlier, even if Jin could match Vlad's speed, it would be impossible, as Vlad is only using his stamina to fly, which he probably has a lot of stamina, while he only uses chi, and his chi is literally limited to a certain extent. If he used his chi without having any reserves, it would cause him to pass out. Really? Then he must just be so fast. Just as Dracula was speaking, they suddenly heard the sound of an explosion not far away from them. Boom! Quickly turning around at the same time, both Jin and Dracula were shocked to see smokes and flames not far away from them. They could also hear the sounds of metals crashing against each other, combined with yells of pain or encouragement. Is there a fight in there? Jin wondered, as he wanted to go there and investigate or just observe. Dash underscore 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 underscore. Boys. The end of the week is near. Help me reach the top 10 in power rankings and you shall receive 2 chapters on Monday.